Do we
Nope.
roll any spells?
I mean, did anybody level up and take any new spells, or did people mostly put into things that they've already had before?
I did. I picked Ventus.
Which is wind?
Wind damage?
Yeah, and then I think for the level 10 choice, I think I ended up actually, because it's the last one on my list, it's Elemental Shroud, where you weave magical energy and protect the targets from the fury of the elements. Choose a damage type. Air, bolt, earth, fire, ice. Until this spell ends, each target gains resistance against the chosen damage type, and it lasts the whole scene. That's why I chose it.
Didn't you also upgrade your breach to a level 2 or something, just to make sure?
So. I think.
Wasn't sure if that was listed because I know that wasn't on your
going...
other sheet, so I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, I'm going to put it into the Foundry stuff while we're talking a little bit.
Also, I just upgraded Provoke, which I have a more magical way of probably gonna cast that in general. I didn't do it on the Ice Crystal just because I wasn't sure how that. I wasn't sure if my idea for it worked the same, so I bailed on it. But
so great news, everyone! There are now side quests. I think I've written a couple of them at this point. Let's see, and you can view those anytime you want, and maybe get one in mind. I would like to try and play every other weekend or so, because it gets to the point where I forget how to play the game, how the dice rolls work and stuff, and I have to look up rules and things. Yeah, so hopefully what we'll be able to do is pick one weekend a month where all of us can absolutely get together, and then ideally another night out of the month where we can all get together, but failing that, another night during the month where we can get as many people as possible together, type kind of thing, and play the game with some side quests and kind of do some minor story driven stuff, or we could try out a new system and things like that, whatever we wanted. Let's see. Does anyone have any questions before we settle in?
I think I'm good.
Yeah, no, I think I'm also good.
Okie dokie. Then, last time, we saw our group of adventurers really getting their bearings on a couple of different things. We got a lot of backstory for Cassandra. We got a little bit for Edgar and Levine as well, I believe. You folks did some investigations of the compass and probably drew some conclusions. Not sure how those are going to turn out just yet, but definitely found that it doesn't really seem to want to leave Cassandra, and it does seem to be able to point in some sort of specified direction, but you're not 100% sure how reliable that is or how it explicitly works. You also know that from most of the things that you've tried so far that it does seem to be indestructible. Let's see. You also talked to the librarian, again, in the Kingdom of Denova. Hang on, I totally have their name right here. It is... oh, that's one of the big ones. Preserver Ashara, and spent a good bit of time talking a little bit more about magic and the world that you live in, and also talked to King Roland specifically about the compass and the goings-on of Elonia and sort of what to do from there. Then you folks eventually decided that the next best course of action, the next best use of your time, for the time being, was to investigate the Commune of Radiance. And so you folks went down to the designated commune quarter in Denova, which seems to be spreading over time, and more or less went in there. I wouldn't say incognito, but you kind of walked in at face value and just saw what a normal person would see on its face, and found some curious goings on there thanks to some different roles. Everybody kind of went and checked out their own thing in the commune, but in particular, I think Blair went to a hospital and talked to an elderly man who who all of the nurses around him reported has not talked for quite some time, but chose to speak to Blair directly.
Billy, though, it was Billy, to be clear.
Oh god, you mean my fake name? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And then who else? I think we also met Astrid, who was a young child in the commune whose parents seem to have gone missing. Their parents' names are Elena and Tiberius. And so you folks spent a little bit of time trying to track down the parents for Astrid, and it didn't really get a whole lot of information while you were out in the commune because it seemed like a lot of people didn't really want to talk to you while the child who's looking for their parents is present, and that kind of, I think, gave a lot of you, that kind of feeling in the pit of your stomach, which I believe was confirmed whenever you folks received your lodgings for the night and found out that you were staying in Elena, Tiberius, and Astrid's previous quarters. And the reason that you know that is because I believe it was Cassandra rolled a pretty good investigation check and located a note from the previous tenants indicating that the faith speaker Margulis of the commune has been rounding up the faithful and looking for the most devout out of them, of which Tiberius definitely was, but Elena, being concerned for her daughter, didn't seem to go all in on that, and she left instructions for anyone who was to find the note that if they don't come back, to get Astrid out of the commune and don't look back. And that's pretty much where we left it. So let's see what you folks get into today.
So we have a child to save.
Who was the one who found the note again? That was Cassandra? No.
I think it was.
Again, just so Okay.
Yeah, I think I rolled a 14. Because I have a little thing that says 8 plus 6, and it's 14 on my notes, so.
And we're still in that room.
You are still in that room in the evening.
Okay, I assume
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I assume Cassandra conveys that to us pretty
100%
quickly,
yeah.
or are we trying to be sneaky about this? I can't remember if we were like trying to be quiet.
I would have
I-
handed the note over and been read this.
Okay, good thing Levine can actually read, contrary to popular belief. I'm trying to think. We didn't find anything else in the house, right? We just found the note.
You did notice that it appears that people could spy into that room through some of the air circulation vents that are in the room.
Now, I could take care of that vent by attacking it, but that might be a little obvious, not very subtle.
We could also just block it up with fabric of some kind. Or find some books and stack it up over it.
We gotta make it kind of indiscreet. So I think what Levita's gonna do, she's gonna look for a painting hanging up and she's gonna position it over the vent.
Okay.
Tack a little nail above it and then just hang it.
Yeah, sure. You find like some basic hotel room art in there, right? Totally nondescript and replaceable. And take it off the wall, set it in front of the bed. No problem.
And I'm like, there, that looks way better. Such an eyesore. Wink, nudge.
I would say Blair is probably kind of fishing out a notebook and writing down the conversation they had with Bartholomew. Oh my god, can I even say names? Bartholomew, the guy in the hospital, and just about how he described what the commune was doing and saying that his soul wasn't ripe enough for the, I guess, the selection. He wasn't chosen. And Blair will probably like glance towards Edgar and just sort of shimmy over and be like, "Can you read this?"
I'll go and try to read this.
Yeah,
So-
and it's pretty much Blair repeating what the interaction was like. Oh, sorry. Didn't
For the sake of expediency, you have all read the notes from Blair and the one that was left by Elena, and that information has been disseminated to all of you, spoken or not.
got it.
I am trying to figure out too how quickly. I guess, yeah, that's what the Levine's gonna write because she's kind of feeling that maybe it's best we try to leave as soon as possible because this is starting to feel like we need to get Astrid out. So I guess Levine is just gonna write we need to leave question mark and starts to share that, or we need to leave now question mark because it seems like it's kind of an urgency thing a little bit.
And
Try to share that around.
let's say that all of you can continue talking, but we'll assume that you are communicating via writing right now between
Okay.
each other.
Yeah, that
to
makes
make this
sense.
easier.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I guess Levine says, I think we need to leave now.
We have to find Astrid first.
Isn't Astrid with us, or?
Astrid
don't
is
think so.
staying with another family right now.
Oh.
Right. Because
Yeah, we have to
her
go
parents
find her.
vanished.
I assume for some reason we convinced her to stay with us. I'm not sure what part I thought that was, but
You did for a little while once her school let out, but then after searching for her parents for a little while, she went back for dinner with the other family, and that is where you parted company.
so how do we? What is the best way to get Astrid out of here? We could try to go in the dead of night, and like some kind of Mission Impossible style. Or we try to play the game just a little longer and plan our escape tomorrow, but I don't know if that's a... At this point, I think we need to get to Ancient Haven, right?
And Blair's pretty conflicted based on previous discussions with the king on what kind of leader do you want to be, because, you know, Blair's sort of novice to this and still trying to navigate what way to go about things, whether to kind of maintain that sense of isolationist or become more of an involved party.
That is fair, too, yeah. Especially if we are going to start storming the Ancient Haven or buildings in this commune. It's going to expose something. I mean, I think Levine is going to be like, she's going to push to probably get Astrid this night and we got to get out. That's her sentiment.
I think, though, if we do that, it's not going to be the best idea because we have to basically kidnap her from someone's household.
Yeah. Plus, we'd definitely be alerting everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Levine's nodding as though she understands, but really she's thinking like, yeah, that's yes, that's a problem? Question mark.
It is a problem.
Yes, that's what I said. Period.
Well, Like, do we just play along? For
I
now?
think what we need to do is in the morning we will talk to Astrid and get first of all, actually Blair, do
Yeah.
you think your dad would let Astrid stay in the castle?
I don't know if my dad would have an opinion one way or the other. He tries to stay uninvolved, but given the conversation we had with him, this is kind of our decision, so I would feel it's our responsibility.
Okay. Do you think, because that's kind of what I think would be the best bet, is if we get Astrid and take her to the castle?
Yeah,
And like maybe we're like, hey, you could work as like a maid in training or something. Like since your parents aren't around, we helped you find a job or something. I don't know, but we can try to convince her that way.
Yeah, maybe that will work.
It's a trope in a lot of mangas and anime, all right?
Should we try to get somehow get a note to the king, or
That's what I was gonna ask too, is if Blair could somehow contact the king about
or
some of the
Larice,
stuff
or
that we had overheard.
Didn't the king not want to have anything to do with this?
Well,
No,
the main
but
reason I say that is maybe they can try to fabricate some kind of notice, some kind of reasoning to get Astrid out of here before we do go much further with this, because
Well, yeah, if we talk to like the head housekeeper, she'll be
hi,
the most
Penguin.
likely to maybe help us get someone like as like a temp job at the palace for a little bit, just as a cover, if nothing else.
Yeah.
And I know the king didn't want to be involved, but we have. And I guess it is circumstantial, but like they're taking people places, and those people are not coming back, and that can't be good for like this kingdom to have its citizens just up and disappearing. There has to be someone at the castle that we could perhaps contact with this information, just so that they're like aware, even if it's not the king themselves.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering. Although I guess it would still be, what kind of thing would they fabricate as a reason to come and get Astrid specifically? Maybe something like, maybe what we try to get out is somebody comes here and brings Astrid to say that some kind of fabrication that they found her parents and they're waiting for her at the castle.
No.
Well, that's half the reason I
wanna get her
suggest
both, though.
that. Half the reason I suggest that is to see what the reaction is from
Okay.
the commune, and then we can kind of see where word
The problem
goes.
with that is only because Astrid needs to be in on that plan. We can't just be like, "Hey, we found your parents."
Yeah, that's fair too. That's it's not necessarily need, but fair.
Yeah,
That's
but do you really think that you want to get her in on this? Being like, by the way, we're living in your parents' house. They're gone.
We found this. Well, I think we should tell her that we found a note from her mother and show it to her. How old is Astrid again? I'm trying to remember. Was she like really young? Or like...
Elementary school aged, so somewhere between. Actually, roll insight and willpower.
Okay.
All right, I'm doing it too. I got 12. No, wait.
Were you there for the conversations with Astrid, Levine?
I think I was there for like half a minute, maybe. I got I got 2 6s, by the way. I don't know if that's a critical success.
It is a critical success.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could use that. I don't.
What did you get, Cassandra?
I got a 6.
Okay.
I have no idea.
I mean, you have some idea. It's not a high difficulty check. So, Cassandra, to you, they appear elementary school age. That could be somewhere between 6 and 10 years old, right? Levine, on the other hand, you are reasonably certain that that child is 9 years old. And let's see what we can get with an opportunity. Because it was double
Her
sixes,
favorite
right?
color is orange. Yep,
Mhm.
double sixes.
That is a critical success. Or, I mean, if there's any other information about Astrid you would want to know about, I would say that that's getting additional information off this check is a reasonable deduction or a reasonable opportunity.
What would be something that I could gather? I mean, I'm thinking her favorite color.
Her favorite color?
Yeah, I think that's important. If everyone else has a better suggestion, but I can't think
No,
of
I
much that
don't.
I could
I
really.
think that can be because that's something that I think you can maybe even figure out more likely at a glance too about a kid, because they're more likely to wear something that is their favorite color or have like an accessory of some sort with their favorite color. Whereas like if you're trying to look for deeper information, even with a critical success, that'd still be harder to like figure out, in my opinion. So I think
Yeah,
her favorite color is a good place to start.
yeah, we'll take that.
Her favorite color is purple, and the reason that you think so is because she had this necklace with a little amethyst in it on.
Okay. Yeah, so I relay, like, she is 9 years old and her favorite color is purple. Very confidently.
Okay.
I don't even mention the amethyst part. When my brain just kind of auto-completed that information. Much like Blair being a princess.
All right, what's the plan, team?
I was thinking that.
How far away is her birthday? Can we just...
That's probably not something we can figure out.
Can we throw
least
her a
not right
birthday
now.
party?
I don't think that'll work.
I don't think you could deduce down to the day what age she is.
I'm pretty sure it's at least 4 months, you know. It's been 4 months since.
I was gonna say though, in this particular circumstance, the best thing that we could maybe do is like, do we have the name of the family that she's staying with?
You do not.
Okay. So, is it weird if a bunch of strangers ask about a child? Because I think it's weird. I think it's weird, and it will be suspicious if we try to like...
A related question. I was thinking Levine could be hobbling around with her big ancient tree limb as like a walking stick, and she's with her armor on. She's acting like she has a hunchback. Would that be weird if she started asking about children?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
just wanna make
You're dressed up like a hag. You're just gonna go and steal the children and eat them.
It's good cover until I realized everyone was going to want to burn me. So never mind.
Wait, we could have Zinnia do it.
Oh yeah, Zinnia, go ask about Astrid. I keep forgetting. Good idea, Blair.
We've got our own kid.
So
Zinnia
it's
just
less
had to go
weird because
deaf.
we have a child with us.
Right?
You'd be like,
Oh,
we
yeah.
met Astrid earlier, and we were wondering if we could like arrange play dates or something.
Penguin.
You know.
It's
Penguin
okay,
did
we're friends
just-
with a child.
It's okay.
Jeez.
Penguin did just mention she could come to my birthday party.
Let's
seems like a good
see.
idea.
So what would I say?
With our luck, we'll be like, yeah, we're planning a birthday party for our kid here, and they'll be like, birthday parties are not allowed here. How dare you?
Yeah, we don't celebrate birthdays here.
Then we
Everyone's
we'd have to
birthday
kill
is
them
every
immediately.
day.
Dude, that's a great. I think that'd be a better commune.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe that is what they're gonna say.
Yeah, I'm gonna join them now.
So, have we also decided that Cassandra and I are the quote-unquote parents of Zinnia?
I think that was
mean,
what
just-
you decided last time, but yeah.
I mean, I do like the birthday idea. Like, all jokes aside, I do like that. That could be something we could arrange.
No, it's not bad.
It might celebrate your commune rebirthday.
Mm-hmm. I think are we still missing Penguin?
Yeah, Penguin said Mike is being screwy again.
Shenanigans.
I think it's working now.
Oh, hey!
Come back.
We can hear you.
Yep.
Yeah, some combination of this headset and Bluetooth and Windows and Discord does not like each other.
Okay. Classic technology. But yeah, I'm down for the planning of the birthday idea. Unless someone else has some other stuff to suggest. It involves the least amount of subterfuge than far less than I was planning.
Should I go to school tomorrow?
No, it's your birthday. You get to stay home. And we're gonna make you a cake. Also,
No, I mean, I can go to
Oh, yeah,
school
'cause-
tomorrow and find out what she likes, and then like they're like, oh, I'm gonna have all that stuff at my birthday party. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That makes more
Only
sense then.
I don't think Zinnia would think of that, so someone else thought of that.
Levine is going to insist on making a cake at the community center. Was it? Is where they're doing the cooking?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Levine will insist on making a cake. She's also gonna share the quiche that some leftover quiche she made with everyone for dinner.
I don't think you're. Have we established that you're actually a bad cook, but you think you're a good cook, or is
Yes,
it the opposite?
no, I think that has been the case all the time.
You know what? I plead the fifth. I have not been proven wrong yet. I've had one good encounter and one decent encounter, maybe another decent. Like, I haven't had two bad rolls, all things considered. So it's still anyone's guess. I think that's more the mystery of it all, is that you don't know if she's confident or if she's deluded. At least for me, and I'm gonna keep it that way.
It's like a Paper Mario, right? You throw a bunch of random ingredients together, and it's often a mistake, but sometimes you get something unexpected and delicious out.
Yeah, it's like Breath of the Wild, where you just throw a bunch of random stuff together and suddenly you have something that increases your max health. And like, what the heck?
All right, if you really want to make the cake, so this is
yeah,
the plan. But like, are we
The
actually
birthday thing in general it does sound like a good idea. Zinnia at least bringing that up to yeah, I do like
Weird
that
for
idea.
us to lie to a child and then make her kid.
Wait, so
I mean,
are
we
we
could do-
actually
we could
throwing
do-
this party then? Because now if
Well,
you're cooking a cake,
The party
swear-
thing doesn't necessarily need to be, but Levine can still make a cake just to help
unrelated.
sell it. Yeah, just to help sell it though, to help sell it a little bit. Like, I'm making this for our
That's
kid's
fair.
birthday.
Yeah, because
I
you
don't know
would be doing that if you were actually having like a little party for your child. You would be doing something for it.
Levine remembers what cake tastes like.
I'm also worried that if we're like trying to rope Astrid out of this, that somebody in the community might be like, "Well, what about all the other kids?"
You folks are running out of room. You filled like 4 pages in a notebook
Yeah, I was gonna
about a
say.
birthday party now.
So hold on, just please refresh my memory here. We found like a peephole or something, right? Or
The vent that
right,
we were worried we could be spied on through.
Yeah.
right. Okay, that's all it is.
Because they could either listen or look through it. Because like sound can really travel through vents, and
Mhm.
you can even like make it do that.
Well, I mean, all right, let's just
I'd like everybody to roll 2
Jam.
insight
Jam.
die for me, please.
Oh no, I'm not good
That's
at
my
this.
specialty.
jam a cloak in there. and
My
call it-
especially bad stat. I got a 4.
Same.
Oh,
Yeah,
Six
that-
on my
Right now,
phone.
I don't have too many ideas of how to approach this situation besides mostly subterfuge. So
Hey, I got a 10.
Wow.
Anybody else?
Nice.
I heard a 10, a couple of a 4, I think.
yep, that was me.
I got a 14.
14.
Said 2, right?
Dang.
I also got a 14, I think.
Yeah, they have-
No, you got
they have-
15.
Herp. I can't even count.
Wait, did you roll it on this thing?
Yeah.
On the chat?
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, you can click roll check on your character sheet, and then you select your stats instead of
Ah,
just
okay.
rolling the 2 individual.
Yeah,
Got
that's
it.
If you
fair.
want to roll it within it.
I mean, I would totally be down for rerolling my 4, but I'll just.
So, the person who rolled a 10, you hear footsteps coming down the hall and pass you by. those of you with 14s, you also hear the same footsteps coming down the hall, but you notice that those footsteps pause right outside your apartment door before continuing on.
I look suspiciously towards the door.
I choke a little bit on my quiche.
When I hear them pausing, I will just sneeze loudly.
Bless
Okay.
you.
Okay.
So that they know that we're not being quiet. I'm just there.
Oh yeah, because we're probably like all sitting around scribbling on something furiously with each other.
Levine says out loud too, like, "You sure none of you want a quiche?" No.
All right,
She's
everybody,
oblivious to throwing
everybody
out there.
who
She's
is
just asking.
trying to fake being normal, roll a willpower and 2 willpower die.
Can I roll a persuasion to get them to eat my quiche?
Trying to get us to eat the quiche.
Roll the 4.
Sure. I don't know.
I'm just not gonna roll because I'm staring at the door sus.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit there quietly. I kind of figured some of us making noise, some of us
So
not making
we got a
noise.
sneeze with a roll of 4, and then Jas, I need your roll and what you were doing again.
I'm trying to persuade them
Achoo!
to eat my quiche. So I guess like probably like insight and willpower.
Okay.
I'm gonna convince them to eat my quiche. Yeah, it's an 8. Like, it's really good quiche. I just made it earlier today. It's really good.
Does Levine get advantage because they're not actually pretending?
Yeah, she has no idea what's going. Why everyone's kind of like staring around about at the moment. She just thinks they really don't like her quiche, so she's a little sad.
Only there was
Is there meat
advantage
in your
in this
quiche?
game.
I was
What's
just
that?
kidding, but it's so funny to me.
So
Zinnia will eat some quiche, but only if there's no meat in it.
from outside the door, what is heard is quiche.
Can I like try to figure out what is that human out there? Can I?
You have no
I guess
idea.
if we
You
don't-
already tried to listen to footsteps
That's
and
fair.
gain no additional information from it.
I can only assume that it's well, can't say human, but that it's a person.
It sounded like just copied us. Anyways, Levine is gonna pause for a moment, bewildered, and say, "Gesundheit."
Wait, we heard that, or is that what they heard?
That's what an observer would have heard from
Yeah,
outside
yeah,
the
yeah.
room
Oh,
based on
okay.
your
Yeah.
rolls.
Sorry, my bad. I thought you said that that's the sound they made, like they were mimicking us. My bad.
And there seems to be nothing further at the moment from outside your door.
But they did keep going.
Yes.
All right, I am gonna stuff the vent.
Okay. You find plenty of materials in the bedrolls and in the dressers to actually stuff that.
Perfect. Is it big enough for somebody to fit through, or is it just like a small, like regular duct?
So it's a small regular duct. You don't think
Right.
somebody's going to come through it, but what you noticed from the investigation last time is that it's not just a small vent, that would normally be the size of a small cat or something. A person could crawl back behind there, but actually getting out of the vent, they would have to actually bust through the wall type kind of thing in order to fit out of it.
Okay, so the ducts are big enough for a person, but you can't come out into the room.
Right.
Okay. So all right.
All right. So has the decision been made to stay the night, or what are you folks up to?
I mean, I think that's like one of the only last options left is we can kind of try to figure out more in the morning when we have maybe a little more information. Because otherwise, yeah,
Well, we did tell the commune that we were kind of like just here temporarily for shelter and stuff, so I think staying one night isn't the end of the world. Plus, I don't want to
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
draw suspicion towards us by leaving early. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yep, that totally
inclined
checks
to
out.
stay. As much as
Levine
I don't
is-
want to.
Levine is down for that too, as hesitant as she might be. She defers to the others. So yeah, we just it's time
yeah.
to make sleep.
So yeah, I think we should go to, like I said, we should sleep, and then I think it's a good idea to send Zinnia to find Astrid. Then we can keep asking around. Like, someone can go with Zinnia, but the rest of us can kind of keep doing what we were doing and kind of maybe making some more conversations. And because the more information we get, the better, especially if we're trying to sneak a kid out of here. So,
Yeah. We just still have to try to act incognito inside the room for the moment, correct?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. All of you kind of find your individual places to settle in and sleep for the night, and wake up the next morning. And I don't have clocks in Foundry, but I'm going to, if you have the spreadsheet open, great. If not, I'm going to describe some clock changes that are coming your way. So, Elonian expansion has increased to 4 out of 12 sections. Desdemona Recovers is at 5 out of 6 sections. The Commune Grows is at 3 out of 4 sections. And that's it.
All right.
So you wake up. What are you up to?
Was there any changes to the environment? Like, do we hear commotion outside the room, or is it kind of quiet?
Okay, describe to me exactly what you are checking for.
I'm just trying to see if other people are leaving their rooms. Like, do we hear footsteps walking past our room?
Make an insight check.
I'll do that as well.
And you said how to do this again, Mel? I'm sorry. The
Open your character sheet.
Yeah.
On the main page, there's at the top there's roll check.
Yes.
So just click that and select your.
Oh,
the
that's
stats.
nice. Thank you. Oh, that was a bad roll.
Yeah. That's...
Levine rolled an 8. I gotta try to remember probably do the
I had a 7.
foundry stuff, but
You hear a little bit, some normal footfalls, a little bit of conversation, but it's all pretty indistinct. You don't pick up any particular conversations or topics, just that people seem to be going about their day, leaving their domiciles behind.
okay,
Okay.
not a whole lot of patrolling going on outside. Like we haven't had any patrolling yet, you know.
Right. And
Yeah.
as a heads up, I'm not going to be rolling in Foundry. I'm going to be rolling actual dice.
Fair.
Like I said, I set this tool up for people to use if they want to use. I'm gonna use them. I don't expect anybody else to. I did it for me, really.
That's fair.
It's quieter.
Yeah, I think for today, I wonder if Levine wants to. I also wanted to try to help at the hospital.
Aren't you gonna make some quiches?
No, Keisha's ruined me. I was gonna make a birthday cake, but I mean, I guess I could still make just a big cake at the center, if they'll let me. Sure. Yeah, that's what she's gonna go to the center, and she's gonna ask if they'll let her make a communion birthday cake.
Okay. So you go down there and
Zinnia or Penguin.
Just before we leave, can I just check to make sure that nobody's messed with the stuff that we put in the events?
double insight check.
So the idea behind a rebirthday was I thinking they'd say like whenever you join the commune, that's when your rebirthday is.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Okay.
say on Reddit.
So you rolled an 11. You definitely notice things are not exactly the way that you left them.
I knew it. Ah, somebody's been through here.
Oh, we should have had some people keeping an eye out. I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, to sleep in shifts.
Yeah, I was like,
The worst part is I
where
did think about it, and I just didn't say it.
I didn't even
but-
think it because I was like, oh, we'll be fine in this room.
All right. If Levine is going to the community center, is that what you're intending to do still?
Yeah, unless anyone else has other suggestions, obviously I can do something different. But for now, I guess we're just gonna, because I don't know if I have any ins with like the schools, Zinnia hospital, anything like that. So I feel like probably best just to kind of keep my head down still.
So yeah, you're pretty new around here, but people like the idea of this Radiant Rebirth Day, and are happy to
That's a good
share
one.
the supplies that they have. The supplies are a little bit limited, so you have some very common things that you would find in a cake, like eggs and flour and butter and so on. But you might be short a couple key ingredients, like maybe the right type of sugar. You know, it would be a little bit challenging to make a very pretty cake, but you have all of the makings of one. It's just going to be a little bit more difficult. Like you have granulated sugar instead of powdered sugar, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Getting
Levine is
deep
all
in
about the
cake lore
taste of-
here.
Yeah, Levine's all about the taste over the presentation anyway, so that she probably wouldn't have made it presentable if she had the option. So
Okay.
They have food coloring.
Yes. You know, a limited selection of food colorings.
Because we
purple.
can
She
color
wants
the
to make.
Yeah,
can
so
color the granulated
there's
sugar and make
reds,
mixed
blues,
pickles.
and yellows and greens, kind of your standard food coloring colors.
Okay, then we'll do the red and the blues together. Make a nice purple cake. Try to match the amethyst thing.
Okay. Roll a dexterity and let's say willpower check to bake the cake.
All right, come on, Levine. This is your time to shine.
And your your difficulty class on this is going to be a 7.
Oh, okay, I got a 10.
So you have no problem making the cake. Looks totally reasonable. And the frosting, like a nice light buttercream frosting. Now roll for me a dexterity and insight check to see if you can make the food coloring purple.
Wait, let's do it on here. This is going to be the big one here.
And this is going to be a difficulty of 10 to get right.
All right, kaboom! Did it happen? Total result was a 4. Wait, I'm gonna re-roll that dex.
Okay.
You can use a Fabula point.
Sure.
How do I? Yeah, I'll just roll it. Roll it.
You need a 7 plus.
Needs a 10.
Oh,
Needs a
wait.
10 plus.
Yeah, but he needs a 7 plus.
Oh yeah.
On that
A
D8.
big
Well,
change.
I got a. The thing is, I got a 1 on my dex, so if I'm just gonna spend my Fabula token, I don't know how to re-roll one thing, so I'm just gonna.
Just do
Levine's
a
starting
slash
a
roll
fire in
on
the
D8.
kitchen.
Slash roll D8. Come on, big money.
Nope.
Nope, rolling again. I'm getting this thing.
Got 2.
All my, here go all my Fabula points. Come on.
That's all right.
I got it. This is it. I'm sweating.
Nope.
Dang it.
You try it 4 more times, you'll get to 7.
I got one more. I got one more Fabula.
Oh my.
I got one more. My
Your
last Fabula
heroic
point.
skill resource going into making food coloring purple.
Making
I
cake.
love it.
Not meant to be, dude.
Why? How is it? That was the low. That was the big die.
Okay.
She
Purple is
failed.
like
She
the
used up
hardest
so
color to
much
actually
food
make
coloring.
too, usually, by the way.
So,
Anyway,
for those of you who cannot see, Levine rolled a 4 on the first check, then a 5, then a 6, and then back down to a 4 again. On
That's
all these
hilarious.
checks, the difficulty class was 10. And so what I'm going to say is you tried 4 times to make purple food coloring, and it just doesn't matter what you do. This thing turns out pink. And there's no way it's not pink. It's pink. It's not purple. Sorry.
her hair is so frazzled, like she was going mad scientist at it. It's like, why aren't you doing you? Why? Just be you. And she cake's delicious though, but
Okay.
So you have a cake?
it tastes great, but she is ultimately defeated. Horribly.
Is there a little shop in town? Or like in this like commune area, is there like a little place you can go to pick up different like supplies for like, I don't know, sewing or something?
What are you, a capitalist?
You gather that the community center is where you can find a lot of the basic household needs that a person might come across. If there's anything specialized that you need, you may need to actually travel into Denova to a shop to purchase something.
Okay. Anything specialized? I'm just wondering if I go to the community center or like wherever, if I can like find a purple ribbon.
Roll insight and insight, please.
Oh, what's my worst one?
Did you say a purple ribbon?
Mm-hmm.
I have a purple ribbon.
Oh, Zinnia has it like legit? Why do you have a purple
Yep.
ribbon?
That Teller gave me one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Jean-Philippe.
Well, if I don't find one, maybe we can go about that idea then.
See, the French guy was a good guy. Jeez.
It's a little weird. 8.
So go ahead and roll. What'd you get?
I got an 8.
An 8?
Mm-hmm.
You don't really find anything like that in the Lost and Found. However, you have seen one other person who comes into the community center who is wearing 2 purple ribbons in their hair.
Is it an adult or a child?
It is an adult.
Okay. Still weird if I go up and ask her for the ribbon. I could try to go up and just pull it out of her. Wait, no. I could ask her where she got them, I suppose. I'm gonna go up to that person and ask her where she got the ribbons in her hair.
She tells you that she just bought them at a local shop in Denova because she liked them. It was easy to they were easy to acquire. They have no sentimental value. They just bought them because they like them.
I feel like you're
Maybe
trying to
she'll
get me
sell
to
it
buy
to
these
you.
from her. That's I felt like Silas was
mean-
trying to get me to offer her money.
I mean,
Are you asking how much she paid for them?
Yeah. How much did you pay for those? They're pretty.
She paid 1 zenit for each one.
If I give you 4 zenit, will you give me both of them?
He says, I kind of don't really have anything else to, keep my hair out of my face, and I haven't done my hair today, so I really need something to hold them up.
How about just 1 then?
Yeah, I could part with 1 for 4 zenit,
Alrighty.
and then I can just throw it up in a ponytail or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Alright,
you
so
making
I
the
have a
trade?
purple ribbon. Yes.
Okay, you now have 1 purple ribbon and 4 less zenit.
Yeah. 'cause
You get
I'm-
the feeling that
well,
you've overpaid.
but yeah, big time. Paid 4
That's
times
fine.
what's worth. My goodness.
I was trying to get both of them, and I didn't want to like change the price I had offered her. So I'm fine. It's fine. Oh, there's a thing for Zenit. It's like literally the thing with a coin next to it. Gotcha.
Mhm.
I think so. I'm gonna do gonna take because the thing is my idea with the purple ribbon, because I actually don't know what's happening with that cake, but so it's a little bit of a metagaming thing. Either we can give it to the girl, or we can put it around the pink cake to make it somewhat purple. Because ribbons on cake is a pretty normal thing. Sounds
To be
weird, but it
fair,
actually is very normal.
Making the cake purple was not directly related to like giving it to Astrid. It was just Levine's goal, and so yeah,
Oh,
she
that's
quacked
fair.
it up.
Sorry, I discovered a new feature.
Nice.
Like a thing you can do in this game, in this Foundry thing.
No, that's in Discord.
It's in
Oh, okay.
Discord.
It's
I
built
was
into
gonna
Discord.
say. I had no idea that was a thing. I was gonna mention too earlier. I thought it might be a good idea if someone with the higher insight were to go with Zinnia, as Zinnia's like going around a little bit, just because Levine and I don't tend to pass those checks very well and get too much of good information. And in this case, I feel like we want good information. So.
At the risk of metagaming a little bit, notice that Zinnia does have the highest insight of anyone other than Blair.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. That
I was gonna say, yeah,
is,
Zinnia
like,
would.
smart and stuff. Okay, so that should be fine.
Wow,
Mhm.
Cassandra. Wow, way to
Well,
be
it's not.
prejudiced
It's
against
because it's like a
children.
kid. Well, it's because when it's a kid, it's not that you don't think. It's not that I think that kids are dumb. It's more so like you don't expect kids to be to have like the highest insight compared. Like, because I have a D6 for an insight, so like for me, it feels like as an adult I should be more aware, and I am not.
You're
Just
too
for me.
set in your ways.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Cassandra's too
That does
set
sound-
in her ways.
That sounds like Cassandra, yeah.
It's like any movie with
Cassandra.
spirits in it. The kids always notice them because they have more insight.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to think of it as pure intelligence. It could be something more like focus, right?
Yeah, awareness, I would say. Yeah. That's
Are
how I
you
would
smarter
look
than
at
a fifth grader?
Right.
Oh my god.
Anyone else doing
Yeah, roll to
anything in
find out.
particular or wanting to move in a certain direction on this?
So is our plan to tell her I'm having a birthday party at the castle?
No. I think it's just to kind of figure out more about. I don't know. I don't know if we had a plan on trying to get Astrid out at the moment. I think
Is it
Yeah,
messed up
figure out
if we
something.
have it at the little room and we bring her there and she's like, "Why are you in my old
No.
house?" And
So
we
that's what I was
Okay.
thinking.
Okay.
Make her come to the realization.
yeah. So I think that's a good idea then. We'll just have it at the little place we were assigned to stay in.
Oh, so like we're gonna just throw a party, a re-birthday party, not a
Mhm.
actual birthday party. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for Yeah, I got it.
No, not a re-birthday party. My re-birthday would have been like yesterday.
Oh, it's
It's a
fair.
belated rebirthday party. It's fine.
Belated radiant birthday. Belated radiant rebirthday. Words.
Am I missing something though, or like was there a rebirth thing for this that I'm not remembering from last time?
Someone
That's
I think it was you were talking about they might not celebrate birthdays. And I thought as a cult they might have some sort of thing like they celebrate the day you
Oh.
join the cult, not
No,
the day you were
Penguin.
born.
and that makes sense, but I also wasn't sure if I had missed something last session because it's been so long, and I was like, did I miss something? And I was just okay. Never
No,
mind.
Penguin types that up, and that's why I said it.
Yeah, rebirthdays.
But yeah, that's gonna be Levine's day. I'm just making that cake and other stuff with cooking, and then being sad.
Cassandra's not gonna just do the ribbon thing. She's probably gonna go or trying to think of places that would be a good idea. I guess she can go and look and see if there's a place that she could do an odd job just so she can maybe overhear some conversations throughout the day.
Okay.
Get
Is
some
there somewhere we could
gossip.
pick some flowers? Like violets? crocuses?
Sure. There's definitely a park in the quarter, and then there's also the castle has its own gardens as well that you would have access to. You could also try to pick them off private property Not unheard of thing.
I'm just gonna go ask a bunch of squirrels to pick some flowers out of the park and bring them back.
Okay.
Or whatever the local squirrel equivalent is.
Okay. Let's see. You managed to find a squirrel. Let's see. Roll willpower, double willpower. Okay.
I wanted to point out that I have a special ability called feral speech.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Does feral speech say that they understand you perfectly all the time, or just that you can talk to them?
It says I can communicate with them.
Okay. So, you find a squirrel, and you convey to the squirrel through what sounds like a bunch of chirps and very, very rapid eye and finger movements. You communicate to the squirrel that you want flowers. The squirrel runs off and returns with a single white flower. Not the best you've ever seen, not the worst, just one flower.
Hey Levine, can you dye this flower purple for us?
Yeah, I guess if Louise's actually there, she is contemplating, do flowers feel pain, and what would be the best way to implement that?
Alright, I'll go to the park and pick my own flower.
Okay. So
I guess Louise could help pick flowers if that's the option available, but no, she's mostly thinking about torturing a flower.
So Levine, we're going to say that you're at the community center working on this cake most of this time. Zinnia is going to the park to pick some flowers. Cassandra, what kind of work are you looking to do?
I feel like Cassandra might be familiar with docks and stuff because she used to be part of like a flying airship crew.
Mhm.
So maybe I would go and see if they need any help around the docks.
So there are definitely plenty of folks in the commune that go out fishing on a regular basis.
Okay. Because like I figure mostly I'm not looking to go on a boat, but more so help unload and load things, maybe.
Okay.
Like help with cargo and maybe tying the boats off and like that. Just like general sort of like all around, like an all-rounder kind of like floater on the deck kind of thing where I'm just like here and there where it seems like I might be needed.
Okay. So you ask at the community center if you can help work at the docks. They inform you that most of the boats went out really early in the morning. However, you could certainly go there and wait for them to come back in and help unload them as they get in. And all of you are issued... let's retcon this a little bit. All of you were issued a little badge from the community center that indicates that you are a member of the commune of Radiance or that you reside there. So you all have this little button that you can choose to wear or not wear.
Can I wish detect magic was the thing in this game.
You can insight and willpower check something to see if you can learn something about it.
Okay, can I do that with the button to see if there's anything like off about it besides it just being like a little bad?
Certainly. Insight and willpower, difficulty 7.
Okay, I'll use the foundry since I have a bunch of that stuff actually entered now, I think. So, just to see what happens. How do you make a check?
Open your character sheet.
Yes.
Hit the roll check button.
Oh, I see it now. I'm blind. Is it insight and willpower?
Yep.
Oh.
Hey, right on the money.
Nice.
So it is not magical in any way. It is a plain badge made of very cheap materials. It's kind of like a zinky coppery, like a penny type kind of thing. And it is emblazoned with a picture of the sun on it. That's it.
Alrighty. I guess I will wear the badge while I'm trying to gain people's trust in the commune. That makes sense to me. So Cassandra has the badge on.
Yep.
Then she will go down to the docks and wait and see if there's like any, because you never know. There might be even some cleanup stuff that could be done down there, or maybe people waiting around she could talk to.
Sure.
So she'll go there.
Edgar and Blair, are you going anywhere or doing anything in particular?
I'm probably gonna try to actually make myself useful to this commune, see if they have any repairs that need to be done.
Okay.
And that way it might give me kind of an idea of the scope of like where they control and stuff like that.
Okay.
And with me, I would probably, as much as I'm sort of reluctant to, would revisit the hospital in the events to see if there's somebody I can help, but maybe also glean some more information from other people that are patients there, like Bartholomew was, so, and see if maybe he's alive still. Or did he die last time? I can't remember if he died. I want to say he was pretending, but...
You don't remember. You'll find out when you get there. Let's see. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna roll some dice to see who's going first here.
Okay.
Alright. Blair, you go to the hospital. Looking to help out. You go to Bartholomew's room. His bed is empty. You ask one of the nearby nurses, and you find out that Bartholomew passed in the night.
Oh, I feel sad about this.
Okay. Roll. Let's see. What else would you be looking to do here at the hospital?
I'm just sort of helping where they need help, like getting, I don't know, a damp cloth, putting on someone has a fever or whatever, getting food, trying to kind of keep it limited to how much I'm involved, but like seeing if maybe like the nurses are gonna run off again to help somebody, and if I'm in a room with someone, you know, just see if they will talk at me. Like, I'm not gonna push them to talk. It's kind of their place if they want to.
Okay. So you're mostly trying to overhear conversations with nurses?
Yeah, or patients.
Okay. Roll double insight for me, please.
Okay. Oof. 11.
Okay. So throughout the day, it's relatively uneventful for the first half of the day that you were there. Mostly people coming in for, you know, like upset stomachs or colds or something like that. Eventually, somebody comes in to the hospital with kind of a strange injury. Apparently, they were out on a fishing boat at some point during the day, and they like got their arm caught in some of the rigging, and so this person has a pretty bad fracture in their arm, and you get the impression that something doesn't quite add up with this particular injury. It doesn't seem like that type of fracture would add up from a rigging or sailing accident. It seems a little off. But other than that, you don't glean any particular information from anyone throughout the day. Mostly people just trying to help out.
Got it.
Let's see. Okay, Cassandra, down at the docks. Tell me what's going on, what you're looking for, and what you're doing. Oh, Cassandra might be handling the dog at the moment here. Let's go with someone
Oh,
else.
sorry.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was also eating chips.
Oh, that's okay.
So I think at the dock, like, is because like ships haven't come in yet. Is the idea?
They start to come in throughout the day. It starts out,
Okay.
you miss the morning rush where everybody's preparing to go out. But about every 2 hours or so, a ship laden with fish tends to come in.
Okay. So I think she's gonna just be on the lookout for the ships and go over and help and just like engage in different gossip around the dock. Maybe even try because these people are being taken from this place in some secret way, and my thing is ships are a really easy way to smuggle people.
Okay.
So I think she might be even on the lookout for any ships who's like that don't look quite right, maybe.
Okay.
Like, because like I feel like as like a captain of a thing, she would maybe have some insight in like what a smuggler's ship would look like.
Okay. So you don't. Okay. Got this. Thanks. Oh yeah, she is. All right. Good night. So sorry. 1 second, folks. All right. So you roll insight and willpower for me. All right. So, throughout the day, the first half of the day, you help unload about 3 ships, and each ship that comes in under the banner of the Commune of Radiance, they fly the same type of flag, and it looks very similar to the pin that you have on. And there's another ship that comes in that is not flying that flag, but you notice that some of the people on that ship are wearing commune pins. And that's what you get from that specific role. It does look like the type of ship in which you could smuggle passengers or illicit cargo.
And one other question: is there like an identifying thing on it that Cassandra would be able to like really be able to point it out really easily later? So it is like it's really because I'm just making sure that if she like walks away from this information, that it's not going to be like, oh, which ship was it again?
So you don't gather the name of the ship because you don't interact with those people directly, but you do notice that all of the ships that seem to be coming in and out of Denova, they tend to have a different sculpture underneath the bow of the ship. Like usually there's a mermaid or something like that. This particular ship has something unusual on it instead of a person, and I'll let you decide what that is, but that is your distinguishing mark. So what kind of thing would you see under the ship that would set it off for you?
A kraken.
A kraken. Okay, so there's a ship with a kraken built under the bow, and so that's the ship.
So I don't know if it's an evil ship or not, but krakens like to snatch things up, so.
And then what I'm going to do here is give you an opportunity to kind of pare it down a little bit. You are helping mostly unload fish throughout the day
Yes.
and securing rigging and stuff. And we'll say that you have light conversations with those people that come in. You can ask them 3 questions, and depending on what the question is, we might have you roll or get the information outright, or kind of see what we're trying to do here. So each one of these is going to represent 1 conversation.
Okay. Where's my notes?
We can probably change the music to something a little bit more, you know.
That's
I
not the
think
music.
for one question, I would probably ask them. Like, I
Encore.
see that you bring in a lot of fish. Is there ever anything else you guys are shipping, or is it only ever fishing vessel? Is it only ever mostly these fishing vessels that you see here?
Okay. Roll double willpower.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Aw, okay.
Alright. With that roll, you are given to understand that the commune mostly employs fishing ships, and the particular person that you talk to doesn't really know the ins and outs of, or even how many ships are under control of the commune, but most of them, to that person, seem to be fishing.
Okay. I suppose I could ask specifically too about that, like, oh, that ship is different. How come it doesn't fly the commune flag? Like, I'll ask directly, like, because it's odd. So.
Okay. Double willpower again.
Got an 8.
Okay.
No, this is not going well.
So, you ask another person about that particular ship, and they tell you they've seen it around before, and that usually it's kind of a catch-all ship. Whenever the commune has special special exercises that require the use of a ship that are not around catching fish, that is the one that they tend to use. But this person has never sailed on that ship and doesn't know anything about what they are doing today or anything like that.
That makes that ship more suspicious then. Because if it's not flying the commune flag, but it's for special things, that's like, okay. And then I think I'm gonna ask if about Elena and Tiberius, because maybe perhaps I can gather some more information about them and some more insight into where these people are disappearing to, or why.
Okay. Let's see. Insight and willpower.
So I'll just mention it in like a way where it's like, oh yeah, we moved into their empty, because I think we got told who it used to belong to, right? Or no?
Yes. No.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
I got an 8 again.
Okay.
I'll lead.
The person you talk to says that they knew Elena and Tiberius, and that their disappearance is a little bit odd, but they're not 100% sure that they are missing. Tiberius had frequently worked with the faith speaker Margulis, and may have gone on an assignment and may not actually be gone or missing,
No.
but they don't have any specific clues to their whereabouts.
Oh no, that's a great clue, honestly. That because like that kind of leads me to think that perhaps even if Tiberius is on an assignment, Elena could have still been taken. Because from what we were led to understand, right, Elena was the more questioning one
Mm-hmm.
of the two. So if he was on assignment, they were like, "This is our chance to get rid of her."
Levine, is there anything else you wish to accomplish at the community center? I'm mostly having you bake the cake, but is there anything else?
I mean, besides just keeping ears out in general, I can't really think of too much that you can do right now. So,
What kind of
obvious-
information are you trying to pick up?
I guess any sounds of somebody who's just anybody who sounds like they're looking for someone or missing somebody suddenly, just particularly stuff like that. If there's like, oh, suddenly, oh, have you seen Tim? Like, no, I haven't seen Tim for 2 days. No idea where he went, or something like that. You know.
Okay. You roll a D100 in Foundry.
I guess. Let me try.
You can roll a D whatever.
/
You can roll a
roll
D43 if you want.
Roll a
D100.
D69 right here.
I mean, I do have a D2 D10s I could roll for this, but I got a 43. Nice.
Nothing specifically.
There are 43 people in this.
And if I were to have rolled that with my regular dice, that would have been a 1.
Yeah.
A nat 1.
How interesting.
On
We'll never
100.
know what that means.
Wait. Is that
Yeah.
100?
I don't know. Whatever the numbers that actually came out.
I rolled it on my regular dice, is why. No, I think it would have to be 2 0. So yeah, I rolled a nat 1.
Doesn't it say 43 on the thing?
That's Zinnia did that. I rolled 43. Oh yeah,
Oh.
I did roll 43 the first time. I rolled it with my normal dice afterwards, just cause.
Oh.
I was curious what the difference would be.
But did you have D10s with the 10s on it?
Yep.
Okay, so what?
And two
what came
double
out?
zeros are not a nat 1.
was a-
It's 100.
It's
I'm gonna
100.
fight people about
No,
it.
but I have 2 zeros and
zero-
then a 1.
Okay,
That's
that's
fair.
a 1.
That is a 1.
Yeah, that's what I'll say. A nat 1.
Let's
just funny.
see. Edgar,
Yes.
what are you are, let's say you find a blacksmith or artificer with the commune, and what are you trying to discern or figure out from your time there?
I guess trying to see what mostly, I guess what kind of work comes in, because then maybe it'll give me an idea as to what kind of, what kind of things they're up to. Like if I'm making a lot of, am I making weapons? Am I making just a lot of horseshoes?
Okay. You
trying to get
go.
an idea as to what
You
they're
go in
planning
there,
based on what they're using.
and you are essentially treated like an apprentice straight away, doing lots of relatively mundane work. So you are working on horseshoes, really basic metal and woodworking, trying to do repairs on things for ships, homes, any odds and ends things that a common person in the commune would normally work on. Now, let's see. Roll insight, double insight for me.
16 crit.
A crit?
Goodness.
Okay.
Wow.
Big crit. Okay.
Yeah, max crit.
You notice that the
Thank you.
the person who seems to be in charge is forging a mace, actually. Something that looks kind of like a wicked weapon and is kind of working all by themselves on it, and mostly keeping to themselves in kind of the back of the shop. And you additionally generate an opportunity which you are free to select now. So you could get some more information if you want, hang on to a better roll for later, or whatever you would like.
Could I use me being in this like apprentice format again to think back at Professor Harlan and
Sure.
Remember my loyalty to him?
Your
increase my
loyalty
bond?
to him?
Yeah, just get the loyalty bond with him.
Oh, yes, of course. Form a
'Cause I
bond,
believe
absolutely.
increasing a bond is an option,
Mm-hmm. Yep,
so I'll do that.
sounds good. All right. I think that'll pretty much do it for your time there. Lastly, we have Zinnia at the park, who is picking flowers. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for, or any side goals that you are trying to accomplish while you were there?
So I realized I was actually supposed to be going to school and making good with Astrid.
Okay. So you're going to go to school then?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you go to school, and based on the information you got from Levine, you indicate to everyone that you are. Cassandra drops you off on the way to the docks, and you indicate that you are 9 years old, and you get placed into a class with Astrid. And I will. You have some free time throughout the day in which you can interact with Astrid or the other children or the teacher of the class.
I want to interact with Astrid and find out what she likes and then drop. So I can be tricky about it, sort of like kind of get ideas about what she likes and then say, like, oh, I really like this purple. And get her become BFFs and invite her to my party.
All right. So let's roll insight and willpower, please. Okay. So you
Can
get.
I re-roll my 2?
Okay. Nice. Okay.
Much more better. That's how you do it, Levine.
So you rolled a 13. You find out most of the things that you already knew about Astrid. That she's 9 years old. She really likes purple. You find out that Astrid's pendant does have an amethyst stone in it, and she says that her mom has one just like it. And in addition to that, you find out that she very much likes cake. What kid doesn't like cake? And that she has become pretty adept at playing ball with the other kids. She seems athletic in general and athletically inclined, and that's about the size of the information that you learn. And we can RP out whatever else as part of this conversation that you would like.
Well, I'm going to say, you like cake? I like cake. I can't believe we both like cake. I'm actually having a cake today for my birthday when I get home. Maybe after school we can run to my house, we can race.
Says, okay, let me tell my friend that I'm staying with, and I'll come home with you after school then.
Yay!
Awesome. Is your kitty going to be there?
Of course.
I love your kitty. Okay. I'll catch up with you after school then, okay? Bye.
Well, I'm still going to be staying at school.
What's that?
I don't imagine I can leave school just right in the middle of the day.
No, probably not. So, let's say some time passes, the school day is over, all of you complete your various tasks. It is, let's say, early to mid afternoon, and Astrid is traveling with Zinnia. Where are all of you, and what are you doing?
Naveen is hauling back some extra cake. Obviously, she, left some at the, tried to make enough for everyone, some back at the center. Her very pink cake. She's bringing some of it back to the domicile or whatever.
Cassandra's probably on the way back from the docks.
Just book. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Blair.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Blair's on her way back as well.
Before I leave, I'm gonna try to make a note as to what happened to that mace, if anybody picked it up, or if it's just put there on a rack for working another day.
Roll double insight for me.
All right. Wow. Not gonna use Fabula.
With that roll, you don't know. You know that at some point it was being worked on, but now it is nowhere to be found.
Hold on, I got something even better for that. Apparently I don't.
Dang.
Oh wait, I was looking at the wrong thing. What
You gotta
requires
use some
higher?
few
Never mind.
points.
I got nothing.
Okay. Anybody else, or is everybody pretty much headed back to the domicile? Okay. All right. So you all arrive back there. It's a birthday party, more or less. There's definitely cake, and yeah, Astrid is there, and you are free to interact and go about your plan as you please.
Right now, Levine is trying to work out the knots she put in her hair. She was like running her hands through it all day, trying to figure out how to make purple. So she's like working that out carefully with a brush right now.
What does Astrid do when she realizes I live in her house?
She's like, "Oh, this is where I used to live. What a coincidence. I can't believe that you're living here. Did you see anything from my mommy and daddy? Have they come back yet?"
Fiend's gonna walk over with a couple pieces of cake and try to muster out the most empathetic here she can as she hands them cake and then walks away.
She
My
takes the
question
cake
is-
and looks at the rest of you expectantly.
Stop purple, okay? Stop purple. And she walks away.
What?
Don't be
Astrid
rude,
says,
Levine.
"How did you know I like purple? Well, it's not my birthday. Why would it be purple?"
Levine has actually completely forgotten that's why she was making purple in the first place.
It's just
My
mad.
favorite color is purple too. See my purple ribbon?
Oh, that ribbon's so pretty. I wish I had one like it.
Cassandra is gonna take this as an opportunity to be like, I actually picked this up today. Maybe you and Zinnia can match.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah, that's
wonderful. I love it so much. And she says, I'm not very good at doing my hair yet. Could you tie it for me?"
Of course. At least I have good dexterity.
Yes. Roll dexterity plus insight, please.
Fingers crossed.
Or you don't want them to get crossed.
An 11.
excellent bow. This kid's hair looks awesome with that purple ribbon in it.
Yeah. I was just worried I might hurt her. As long as that didn't happen, I was fine.
Nope.
Awesome.
Everything
Show her, like,
is
show her her hair,
normal.
like a little
Normal
mirror.
outcome. There's no fire.
Well, because I was like, if I like critical fail this poor child.
Yep.
You end up decapitating her by
Yes.
Just she hates me and wants nothing to do with me ever again.
How'd
And
you
I'm like-
even manage this?
Astrid
but yeah.
says, "Well, thank you so much. I love it. Did you hear anything about my mommy or daddy though?" She still hasn't taken a bite of her cake yet.
Well, the thing is, Cassandra's gonna
Don't
like.
her parents want us to bring her somewhere? Didn't you
Yeah,
say that,
thank
Mommy?
you, Zinnia. Thank you so much for that. 1 second.
You talk to them?
No, actually, so, well, when we moved in here, we were kind of looking around and cleaning things up a little bit, and we found a note from your mom. And
Do we want to say that? Because he.
Too late. We
What's
said it.
Too late.
It's
It's
been
been said.
I've been said. I don't care at this point. Hold on. Because Zinnia's already been like, didn't her
Oh,
mom want
yeah,
us to
but-
take her somewhere?
We haven't checked if anyone's spying, have we? Insight check. Double insight. I suck at if I'm doing it.
The thing is I'm going to assume
Oh,
this
frick,
child
I
can
d-
read. And
I
I'm
rolled
not
2
going to
ones.
say anything else. Oh, God.
On my
I'm
insight
not,
check.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything else beyond that. But...
Okay. While you're trying to convey this to Astrid, Levine is kind of looking around to see if anyone is spying in on you or anything, and accidentally trips and face plants into the cake.
Oh no.
The remaining cake.
Oh. Well, at least the kids
Aw,
have 2 slices.
I didn't even have a piece.
Astrid
Fine.
begins to cry.
Levine also
No!
begins to cry.
No!
She has a brush stuck in her hair, cake all over her face, just laying on the ground.
Alright.
Did you fall on Astrid's piece or like the rest of the cake?
The rest of the cake. Your piece and Astrid's piece are still okay.
I'm the worst mother ever.
God, I don't even know what to do in this situation.
Why
Also,
don't
I
you
get-
try
I
eating
get a
some of the
Fabula
cake and
point for
seeing
that,
if it's
right?
worth crying over.
You do.
I lick it off my face, and I feel a little better because it does taste pretty good.
I think I will definitely try to comfort Astrid and try to help her calm down and like bring
Oh
her
yeah,
down
but not
from,
me.
like,
Okay, I
crying.
see how it is, and I'm just gonna leave the room.
Insight and willpower roll to comfort Astrid.
Why are you so mean?
It was a fumble.
Hey, willpower's not as bad.
No!
Okay,
A 6 is not good for this.
so
I
you
wasn't sure if you meant just Cassandra or everyone who is
Everybody
trying.
can try. I think we all should try to comfort her.
okay? Group check then.
Alright, alright,
The
you know what,
difficulty
Levine?
is, let's say is a 10.
Okay.
Who's gonna be the leader on the roll? And it can't be Cassandra because Cassandra already rolled.
Gonna be Levine.
Okay.
Sure.
Alright, Levine's gonna fix this.
All right. So
We're
Cassandra.
traumatizing this poor child.
Wait, so a group check of what? What are the dice?
We're trying to comfort Astrid, and so what you're going to do is each of you are going to try to do something to comfort her, and we'll describe how that plays out. So when you tell me what you're trying to do, I'll make a decision on what your dice roll is going to be, and then Levine's will be the ultimate roll here. So each of you has to succeed a difficulty of, let's say, 7 in order to add
Thanks,
to...
Sinus.
What?
Because I got a 6.
Yeah.
No, I just...
So,
Sorry, what's the?
yeah.
Nice.
So, what is Blair
What was-
trying to do to comfort Astrid if they are trying to help with that?
Well, Blair's trying to understand more or less like what is making her sad. Was it the note? Was it the cake face? Like
It's everything.
that-
It's everything.
Oh,
This kid can't get an answer to her questions, and someone just ruined the rest of the cake. It's a mess.
okay. So Blair would probably try to see if Astrid wants to try talking again, or if in her means of being consoled is just like, I don't know, to cry it out. Like Blair probably won't do anything. Like, you know, just sort of seeing what she can gather from an intuition perspective.
Okay. Insight. And yeah, double insight. Let's see. How about Edgar? Are you involved, and what are you doing?
Uh,
Yuck.
it's tough because there's part of me that doesn't feel like Edgar should get involved at this point, but
Do what your character
maybe he's gonna
would
be
do.
like,
Do magic.
yeah, I can't. That's the one thing I can't do. You can all do magic. I'm the one who can't.
Edgar,
You
give
can do
her,
things that look like
it.
magic.
Yeah.
No, but he's gonna. Maybe he's gonna panic a little bit in the moment, and he's just gonna like reach for like 3 trinkets and just start juggling, and be like, this here, this is fun, right?
Okay. Roll dexterity and willpower.
All right. Next will 13.
Nice. Okay. And Zinnia, if you were helping, what are you doing?
Oh, is Zinnia's mic
Sorry,
still
I
working?
totally forgot I was Zinnia. Like, that's not my name. I was thinking of my real name. Anyway, I suggested that we eat the cake that we already have because maybe it's not that good and it won't be worth trying over the rest of the cake anyway.
Okay. Double willpower.
No crying over spilled cake.
I'll leave it up to you. I rolled a insight willpower at the start of this and I got a 9, but it's the same as double willpower. So it's up to you whether you want me to reroll or not.
Roll it. Reroll it. Okay. So, Levine, you have a +2 roll on your check to try and keep this kid from melting down and stop crying. Your difficulty class is 10. What do you do?
All right, she's gonna walk up, kind of kneel down, and try to say in a calm voice. She has cake all over her face, and the brush is still stuck in her hair. And she's gonna be like, "Hey, look, I'm sorry. Sorry, I yelled at you. Sorry, I destroyed the cake. I'm sorry you haven't gotten any answers about your parents. But I promise you, this is something we're gonna be working on. We're gonna try to figure out more about your parents because we are very concerned, and I don't want you to cry over spilled cake."
Okay. Double willpower. +2.
Wait here. Let's roll on the site. The site will make it better. The site will make amends.
That's
Will it though? Oh god.
Let's hold up. Here's the thing. If I use my last Fabula point, the check is a 10. I have a 4. I can reroll the 1. So, 4 is a 6. I need at least a 4 on that.
Yep.
I mean, I gotta reroll it, right? I gotta
Nobody has
reroll
my
it.
faith in you, right? I don't have it, but I think there's another orator.
Roll d8. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Guys, that's a 7. Total of 11 plus 2 is a 13.
Okay.
The
So
last
you
Fabula.
managed to convince Astrid to calm down, and you actually get her to laugh a little bit by having a lot of trouble getting the cake out of your face and your hair. You were a total mess, and like while you're trying to talk about something really serious, you know, your hair and everything is a mess, and the kid loves it. The kid is cracking up. Everything seems to be diffused for the moment.
Lavina's also going to start scooping up bowls of smashed cake for everyone else.
Okay, everybody has got their cake. The moment seems to have passed, and Astrid, having laughed, seems to have more or less lost their train of thought and is open to
Okay.
conversation again.
Okay, so I'm going to approach her and sort of be like, there's something that we found that we thought that would be really important for you to see, because we thought you should make a decision about that with us.
Edgar's gonna
Maybe?
run over to the vent real quick and just pop his head in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Double insight check for Edgar.
Mm, 8.
You don't notice anything in particular.
Right. But I don't see anybody back there.
Nope.
Okay.
And I will say I am talking as quietly as I can as I say these things.
I'm just gonna keep my head down there.
But I'm not even gonna say out loud the thing, because like I said, I'm assuming this child goes to school. I'm going to assume her, with her age, she knows how to read.
Yes. There's
'Cause
some
the note
words.
wasn't like
There's some
the
words you need to help her with and everything.
Okay.
But, you know, you more or less get through the note and she gets the gist of it.
And then, I think after she reads the note, if everyone is in agreement about it, can maybe, how do we put this, like, because like we could take the piece of paper like back on the note and then write on it. So like something like, I don't know, like, is do you want to leave, like your mom, like, I don't know how do I phrase this properly.
Are we trying to like write something on the note itself that might seem like her parents put it there, or are we just?
No, I'm
Conveying
writing
this
it
to
as
each
like a
other.
question to her.
Oh, okay.
So, because like if we're worried people are spying on us, and like, because if I don't want to actually say this part out loud is my assumption. Like the rest of it can be kind of vague and they can't really pin anything on us. But this question of asking her if she actually wants to leave out loud is like kind of a big deal, I think. So
Yep.
I'm gonna write it on
Yeah.
like a.
So
I'm gonna
what?
write it on the piece of paper.
All right. So
on the-
what
on
do
the-
you write? And you have no input from anyone else. This is just
Okay.
you.
So the note says that whoever found it, they wanted us to take Astrid and leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to write, your mom wants you to leave. Will you come with us? We'll take you someplace safe.
She says out loud, I don't want to leave without my mommy and daddy.
Yeah, okay.
Edgar, roll another double insight.
Good boy. 12.
You are able to see some shadows moving around in the vent.
Okay. I'll move my head so that whatever is coming does not see me. Does it look like it's moving towards me, or does it look like it's just moving away, or?
With that result, you cannot tell which way that it is moving. You just know that there is movement and there wasn't before.
Okay. So I'll pop my head out quick and look at the others, kind of like panicked, and I point to the vent.
Okay. Everybody sees that. Cassandra, what are you going to do? Astrid has told you and is looking at you expectantly.
Just 1 second. Anyways, I think Cassandra would most likely, hearing that she doesn't want to leave without her mom and dad, Cassandra would say, like, I understand, of course. But you don't have to leave we're only asking you to leave, like, how am I gonna put this? Like, you don't have to leave without them. We just want to make sure that your mother's wishes were conveyed to you, because it seems like you don't know, like, no one knows what happened to them, and we would like to find out.
Astrid starts to have tears well up in her eyes again a little bit. Edgar, is your head still in the vent? Or
Yeah, after I
I was.
after I did that, I probably went back down.
I was gonna say, like, does this vent move into an area where I could possibly try to reach up through the ceiling and rip it out? Might be a bit extreme, but
this is closer to the floor.
okay.
And I'll ask Astrid. Sorry, you could finish.
I was going to say to you specifically, did you say this or did you write this? Because what you said a minute ago is that you said, and I wanted to make sure that that's what happened.
So, I didn't know when to start this, but I was going to go next to the vent and start talking really loudly to Edgar about what happened at school, just to try to mask the conversation that Cassandra's having.
Okay.
That's a good idea, actually. Sort of drown some stuff out. Because I do think Cassandra is saying it out loud, because, like, if this little girl's going through emotional things, I'm not going to expect her to fully read everything I say to her. And she's responding to me out loud, so I don't think it matters at this point.
And if you start sharpening knives,
but she's gonna, say it quietly and like try to be soothing about it, and just sort of like convey it to be like, we just wanted to let you know the information that we found, and we would like to help you and your parents if we can.
Astrid tells you, I just want me and mommy and daddy to be safe.
And we would like that too. I know you don't know us, but we genuinely want everybody here to be safe.
He says, make a double willpower check for me, please.
Oh, please be good.
She says that? That's
Sorry.
I would like to say that sometime, like, soon after Astrid starts crying, Zither will just kind of, like, wrap around, like, leave between her
I got a
legs
13.
and brush up against her.
She says, okay, I trust you, but you have to find my mommy and daddy for me. But I will go with you and do what you say.
Success.
Okay, let's see. Edgar and Zinnia, make an insight and willpower check, please.
Sandra's good at kidnapping children.
And she's got two now.
she's got all the candy. Oh no.
I did technically take Zinnia with me. That was Cassandra's choice.
I'm gonna spend a Fabula point to reroll that one.
Okay.
What if I just click here? That does not reroll it.
Yeah, I tried that.
Zinnia's got this though. Alright, so
Ooh.
11.
Okay. Alright. What will you do next?
The thing is I kind of feel like maybe we should have found a way, because we could technically just take Astrid. We should be able to leave the commune with her and Zinnia without anybody questioning us.
And sorry, I should clarify, the insight and willpower check I had Edgar and Zinnia do was a performance check to
I see, okay.
to
okay.
block outgoing conversation. And I'm going to say you don't know the outcome of whether that worked or not. I just took
Yeah.
your roles and wrote down some information.
Yeah, that's fair.
That makes sense. Because, like, we want to take Astrid out of here. I feel like the easiest way would just to be like, we're going to take her out to Denova with Zinnia for, like, take them out to, like, a cafe there or something. And then the problem is that if we just don't come back with the child, that's very suspicious.
Yes. It's like, if we're doing this, we're committing to...
Yeah, we're committing to having to sneak around to come back in here later on. So the question is, should only one of us leave with the kids and then not come back? And a couple of us stick around in the commune, and then we meet up in Denova. Like,
I mean, the
every
people
now and
sticking
then.
around too are either going to have to be ready to get scrappy or ready to do some deception too. So
Yeah, well, because the thing is, we don't have to leave with Astrid right away either. We can hold off for a few days. We just want her to know what the general plan is. And we can even have her hang out with Zinnia. And, like, keep Zinnia around and maybe another adult. So that way the kids are with somebody at all time.
yeah.
If anything
I mean,
were
I
to
guess
happen.
either way with that, I guess Levine would want to be in the situation where if like only some people leave, she's probably going to want to be with the group on the inside to help in any way she can if things get rough.
So yeah, I think the plan of action might be more so to tell Astrid that we are going to make a plan to leave as soon as possible. At the same time, we will be looking for her parents as much as we can as well. Because if we can find her parents and take them all out at the same time, that's better than just getting Astrid out. But part of me does want to honor, what is it, Elena?
Yep.
Yeah, Elena's wishes of just taking Astrid and leaving and never looking back, but obviously we can't just do that because there's shady stuff happening here. Ooh.
So
Is there somebody? Okay,
I'm going to
sorry.
say that only Cassandra, Blair, and Levine are capable of planning what you're doing next right now. Edgar and Zinnia are ad-libbing.
That's
Okay.
totally valid. Because
So the three of you need to decide what to do next and who's doing what.
Levine kind of almost wants to try to get an audience with Margulis and ask him directly about if she can work at the Ancient Haven. Something like that. Or if we need... Because that's where
And the
people are
thing is,
going.
we've only been here for like a short amount of time. I feel like you immediately going up and asking about that is going to be very suspicious.
Yeah. But the thing is, she sailed some turbulent seas, so she's feels like she'd be more in her element.
You know what though? People are disappearing kind of regularly here, so maybe Astrid disappearing wouldn't be that weird. It's just that we would be the last people she would have been seen with.
Yeah, it would actually be more so who would be curious about why she disappeared, because...
And that would actually lead us to information anyways, so her going right away isn't it's something we would have to balance really, really carefully. I
guess if Cassandra wants to try to get her on the outside, I don't know if Blair and Zinnia should stay with their... Should Zinnia go? I don't know, it's a hard one to say.
Well, because the thing is I'm thinking we should just take Astrid out and then all come back and act like, oh yeah, we saw her for cake and then she walked home. We walked her home and left her outside her house before, she went in and then we haven't seen her since or whatever. Or like, or we left her, she walked, we left her on like, the corner of the street or wherever
You might want to
finish
The thing is, we're gonna drop her off with someone, right? Do we do Jean-Pierre or something?
He's not an ally. I would say we drop her off with Larice, like I said, maid in the palace.
Okay.
Or
Alright.
the castle.
That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, should we have Blair go with you then too to explain the situation at all, or?
Yeah, I would assume Blair should come with.
I'd imagine Blair would go with you.
Because my thing is should we try tonight, in the dark of the night, to leave in some secret way with the kid? Or do we just leave in daylight and then we just don't come back with her? Because that's more suspicious in my opinion.
Well, we
Right.
already established that we weren't there long, and I know Astrid's like an exception to that, but I would treat it as if we're not doing anything out of the ordinary when we leave. Like, oh, we're
Yeah.
checking a market or something. I don't know. Just
Well,
some
yeah,
other
because
code.
the only thing is when we leave, it's going to be difficult for us to come back if we need to do anything. Our faces will be like pretty, like, I feel like people who were suspicious of us at any point might still remember us.
Here's the
We are
thing.
using fake names though, aren't we?
Most
I'm
of
in
the
a
people
disguise
going
too.
missing.
Oh yeah, Blair is disguised. I forgot about that. Blair is
Yeah, I think it's-
disguised. I don't
Blair's
think
the main person disguise, right?
Cassandra is, sadly, because of the cat ears, she stands out. So
I was just gonna say we.
a little
we-
difficult there, but
Besides getting Astrid out, we know most people are probably going to the Ancient Haven, correct?
yes.
Most people disappearing, so I feel like we don't necessarily need to be in here longer than it takes to get Astrid out. We need to find a way to get to the Ancient Haven, and that might not. We have some people down by the docks who already don't like the commune, so we could try talking
like
with
the
them.
people outside in Denova at the docks there.
Yeah, we could try talking to other people there to give us a ride, and we can talk to them about we have concerns, and most of them, a good portion of them, would be more than happy to help.
Oh, so you're thinking we just completely leave and stop gathering information here and just
Yeah,
go?
I mean, it feels like if we're gonna leave half our crew in, we might be as better or as well off or better off just leaving in general,
Yeah, I'm
because then we're gonna be.
That's fair, and I'm
Yeah.
not sure how much more information or clues we'll be able to find here per se. I think the biggest thing would be like that ship in particular, but we could ask about that ship at the docks too, because maybe the other people in Denova might know something about that particular ship, seeing it out on sea or something. Because the only thing in that I'm a little stuck on is we don't know if Tiberius is on an assignment or if he's actually missing. But we could probably figure that out if we do get to that one. I can't remember the name of it right now. I'm sorry.
The Ancient Haven.
The Ancient Haven. If we get to the Ancient Haven, I think that might be okay. But
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm leaning towards, unless anyone has anything else to suggest. I guess Zinnia and Edgar can't exactly help with that, but yeah, I guess I am leaning more towards all of us go now, or yeah.
yeah, they're taken by boat. Okay, yeah. So I think that's what we should do. We could wait till morning, perhaps. It's like sleep in watches, wait till morning, and then just take the
There
kids
are.
out.
I mean, yeah, we could do
Or should
that.
we
I was just
leave?
gonna say, people seem like they're already in the vents or something's in the vents, and I feel like
That's
the longer
fair.
we wait,
But do we know that people leave the commune at night pretty regularly? Is that like a normal thing that we've already observed?
You get the impression that, like every other area of the city, there are people moving around at night, but not nearly as many.
Okay.
You surmise that some people could be coming or going. They are not. They don't guard their borders or anything like that.
Okay. That makes sense. So what we're gonna do then is, if anybody stops and asks us why we're taking children out, we'll be like, well, I'll be like, my wife made a cake, but she accidentally fell on it, so we're gonna get the kids a new cake because they got sad. And that's our plan. We're just gonna walk out with the children.
Levine is still wearing cake, and
All right.
she's-
So
Did you agree, Blair?
Yeah, I agree that we should all kind of get out of here.
Okay.
all right. So I need somebody to sum up what the plan is and who is going where right now.
All of us are leaving.
All of you are leaving
Going to
together
Castle
with
with-
Astrid.
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Edgar and Zinnia, you were ad-libbing the whole time. Is there anything else that you wanted to accomplish while you were doing that?
I guess while we were doing that, would kind of maybe look over to Zinnia and maybe like point to the vent, maybe like point back to Zithers, and like point back to the vent and just kind of like, shrug.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. How does Zinnia respond to this? How does Penguin
Zinnia's mic
respond to
working?
this?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it might be having problems again because I just saw them like mute themselves and unmute themselves, and
The
Classic
old
Windows.
Bluetooth.
yeah, can't count on Bluetooth.
I
I
bet
have
it
a
like
particular
times
setup for
out its
mine, but-
connection or something.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's typing.
Oh,
Wander
that
out of
makes
range.
sense.
Okay, I see. So I just looked at Zinnia and like I pointed towards inside the vent. Then I looked over and pointed towards Zithers. And then I looked back to the vent and pointed towards it, and then looked at you and it's like shruggy. We cannot hear you if you're trying to talk.
Is this Persona 5
It
music?
is
Yes.
Persona 5. It's funny, we were
Dang.
talking about that earlier.
Yes.
It seemed like it. General rest. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. It's restful, relaxing.
Let's say it's like lo-fi music vibes while we're like planning how to kidnap a child.
Definitely high school.
Is it kidnapping if the kid agrees to it though?
No, not really.
Here's the thing: kidnappers
That's
usually get the
already
child
I'm
to
thinking
agree.
You
Now that
what?
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
There's
Yeah.
no way to come
Her
out of
mom-
this
wait,
with your
wait, no,
dignity
no.
intact.
No, her mom asked us to do this. She left a note.
Yeah, but I mean, if somebody's parent asks us to steal their kid, you know, it's still kidnapping. It'd still be kidnapping if they're the parent.
It
Picking
was a
up their
setup all
child.
along.
We're just picking up their child with their permission.
Yeah, right.
Margulis put that note in there.
Yeah, I'm their uncle. I got permission from their mom, I swear.
Hi.
What if the
Hey,
parents are
welcome
high?
back.
It's just Discord. It does Zoom just fine. It's weird.
Yeah, well, if you wander out of range and then I guess your computer didn't register that you were on Bluetooth anymore, Discord will change your audio.
It could be.
Dis-
And then I kept hearing.
yeah.
I got really confused because I thought the music was coming over Discord.
Nope. The music is from within the
Anyway,
tool.
yeah, I figured that out from the icon. Anyway, yeah, it took me a while to realize I was not hearing the conversation because I could still hear the music.
Oh.
Oh, I see. So did you not hear anything that I said?
I heard you say something about you wandered, and then that was the last thing I heard. I didn't hear where you
Oh,
wandered.
I see. So I looked over to Zinnia. I pointed towards the vent. I looked over to Zithers, pointed to Zithers, and I pointed back towards the vent. And I looked at you and shrugged.
Yeah, I actually had the same idea. I was waiting until the other conversation ended, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to look up at the vent and then look over at Zither and kind of raise my eyebrows.
okay. Who's taking... So the vent has a covering, just like most of them. Which of you is attempting to take it off of there so that Zithers can fit?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll try to do it very quietly.
Yeah, I assume you have like a vent removal tool on your arm.
I got every tool on my arm.
So I'm gonna say one die out of this is dexterity, and depending on how you approach removing it will determine the other die, and you can make a case for whatever you would like.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pull out a trusty multi-tool from my side, not electronic,
Mm-hmm.
so it doesn't make any noise. And I'm just gonna go about it. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna put. Gonna like I guess grab a blanket off the bed and just like set it down in front of the grate. I don't know. Is it just something that just pulls out, or do I have to just unscrew that?
It is fastened to the wall in a certain way with screws, essentially.
Okay, so I'm just gonna set that there in front of it, so in case it falls forward, it'll soften the blow. And I'm gonna try to, yeah, just go very carefully.
All right, double dex then is my opinion.
All right. Dex. 15.
Okay. You have no problems. You remove it silently. Nothing makes any noise. And Zither crawls into the vent. And what does Zither do once they're in the vent?
I suppose he's going to stealthily, cat-like, creep towards the other end of the vent.
Okay. Dexterity plus insight for Zither, please. Not sure what Zither's die are.
Zither, no, don't
Me
go into
neither.
the vent. Sorry, I was talking over that.
Oh, I don't remember either. It's a sort of a normal sized cat, so probably same as me. No, probably like high dex and high.
See if I have it here somewhere. Zither. D8 for dexterity, D8 for insight. All 8s, actually.
Nice. Strong kitty.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm not going to change it mid game, but I feel like that's not what I would have chosen. But maybe I did. Maybe I didn't get around to choosing.
For now, let's roll that and see what it comes out.
Bam. Yeah. I feel like I would have had the cat have D10 dexterity, but it's fine. Figure it out
Okay.
later.
Zither leaps silently and dexterously into the vent and kind of looks around and quickly disappears from your sight. And you hear nothing at that point. Zither's is heading down the vent. And then let's have Edgar and Zinnia both roll double insight at this point.
Ooh,
Seven.
not great.
Okay. So Edgar, you don't hear anything. Zinnia, you hear footsteps retreating quickly and quietly away from the vent and down the hall.
Watch more Game Changer when it comes out.
How will that help you learn Dungeons and Dragons? I don't understand.
I already know how to play Dungeons and Dragons.
Well, that must be nice.
It is nice.
Okay, what are you folks up to?
Well, Zither did just go into the vent, so I guess we gotta wait for that regardless.
Well, no, we could try to follow the sound, which I think at this
yeah,
point
yeah.
I'm gonna try to do.
Okay.
Okay.
So if I hear them moving towards a direction, I'm gonna try to follow within the building in that direction.
You didn't hear, only Zinnia heard.
I heard nothing, so I'm like, uh-oh, I guess this is over.
I think Levine is going to write on a piece of paper. Also, I should mention too, we should be like burning these papers at least at night or something, destroying them some manner.
I'll
but...
cast an Ignis on them later. It's fine.
Yeah. But I'm gonna write, we're going to leave, and I'm gonna share that to Edgar and Zinnia to make sure they know that's our plan, just because they might not have overheard everything very well. So.
So there's a. Sorry, they said footsteps coming down the hallway. Is there a hallway that connects the two rooms, or like the two units?
Is there a hallway that connects the two units? No. There's a main hallway, like a regular apartment complex, and what you noticed is that there was somebody in the vents, and the footsteps departed, and then you heard those footsteps very quickly, with intention of being quiet, stealing away down the hall, down the main hall.
So toward us or away from us?
Away from you.
I'm gonna say, Zither scared someone out of the vent and they're running somewhere.
I run out the
And
front door.
Look out the front door.
Levine goes into full sprint. I don't know. She doesn't know where she's running, but full sprint. Just smash the door.
Okay.
Maybe not that. Maybe not that. But
Let's have everybody roll double dexterity for me.
this is,
Oh no.
I really don't know if I
Um,
should be running, but
Zinnia, add 3 to your roll.
I somehow rolled a 13 then on 2d6.
I got
Nice.
a 7 on 2d10s.
I got a 9.
Okay. So
How
what
do
was
we do
Zinnia's total roll? 13?
Yep.
Okay. Edgar somehow beats you to the door. So Edgar is
Oh,
the
that's
first
good.
one there. Make a dexterity and insight check as you open the door.
13.
13. You just barely see a shadow turning the corner down the hall. It's about maybe 40 feet away from you.
All right, I'm still in full pursuit at this point.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
All right. Double dexterity roll for me.
Well, just a 4.
You turn the corner, nothing. The person is gone.
We should definitely leave. And Levine's gonna, gather up her stuff, carry her bowl of cake, and we're gonna start prepping to leave.
Okay. Where are you going? Where are all of you going? What are all of you doing? You're all leaving together, I presume.
Yeah, we should probably just head straight for the front door. Maybe try to avoid any particular
Ooh.
crowds, or I'm not sure, but
Before Blair leaves, they're probably gonna want to give back the key to the neighbors across the hall because
yeah, that's a good
I-
idea.
I don't expect that we're returning. Plus, like we established, we weren't here long, so it looks like a kinder gesture to say, "Oh, hey, when the next people come in, can you give this to the other family if they're there?"
We could
Do we-
just leave the keys on the table.
Do
We don't
we
have
want-
to talk to anybody.
Do we want to enable them having somebody else new here faster?
Not exactly, but
Uh,
just
I-
wanna.
I-
So force
I
them
do
to
like-
make a replacement
I do-
and change the law.
Because I know
I do
leaving
like
is
Cassandra's
normal,
approach, at
but
least.
we are sort of also trying to leave secretly because someone was just spying on us. So I don't think we should stop to
Yeah.
talk to the neighbors.
Yeah.
Is my thing.
I will say
I-
though, I still agree.
I don't
we
think
should
there's a
just leave the
secret
keys,
anymore.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't hear everybody. What were we saying, Jazz?
I'll just say I do agree. We should definitely leave the keys. We don't have any reason to steal too much from these guys.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that then.
All right. So
Yeah.
you folks resolve to leave the keys on the table then?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We don't want to make it seem like we're just taking stuff from them either, and
All right. You didn't
when
really have
cake
much
still-
time to unpack in one day, so most of your stuff is ready to go. Where are you going? What are you doing? How are you doing it?
Same way we came in, I would say.
Yeah, I feel like we would just, like I said, I'm assuming it's not super late at night at this point, not too late at least.
Could I try to
Um,
give Astrid a piggyback ride underneath my cloak, just in case?
or you could just do it normal. It could
Normal
just be
piggyback?
normal.
Normal piggyback ride?
Yeah, we're saying we're not trying to be suspicious. If we're trying to be super suspicious and hide things, that's going to increase the likelihood of us getting caught. If we just
I
want
mean,
to
I'm-
walk out and be like, yeah, we're just going on a normal little outing to Devon or whatever it is.
Devin.
I don't remember the name of it right now. My brain is not working
Denova.
very well. Denova, thank you. We can
Um,
go into Denova easily enough with the kids without it being too suspicious, as long as we don't act like we're hiding something, in my opinion.
it is currently late afternoon, early evening. Most people are supping at this time of day.
Oh, for some reason I thought it was more nighttime.
Yeah, that's why I thought we could just be like, the cake got messed up. We're gonna go get new cake. If anyone asks what we're doing with the children.
Yeah, okay, never mind then. I thought it was more nighttime. Never mind. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, if it
I will
was
add-
like super dark out, I would go with we should maybe hide more, but this
I
is
will,
not,
I will
so.
offer some a piggyback ride. Anybody wants it? Although I do have like a brush.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, I guess if Edgar wants a piggyback ride.
It did seem like something Edgar would be like, me. But I could be
No,
wrong.
no. At this point, Edgar wants to leave. He doesn't want to leave the keys. Basically, every decision that's being made
mean-
is against everything I want to do.
Is
So,
I
that-
mean,
Edgar gonna try to
technically
steal the
Edgar could
keys?
take the. Oh, you already ran out ahead of us though, so we left
Yeah.
the keys behind.
well, when I
Sorry,
lost
Edgar.
track, I probably came back and said that.
Well,
so
I suppose you could always. I will say you could always have him just take the keys.
I probably
I
will.
would
I
never-
was just waiting until everybody left
Okay.
first.
That's fair. I was gonna say I won't be opposed to you if you do that. I would be
I
like,
guess
oh,
it
let's
would-
chill, Edgar. But
I guess it would fit better for the story that Cassandra
I
would
think
say.
if we
so.
if we just take the children and walk with him hand in hand, and we're like, we're gonna go get cake, it'll be fine. Are they gonna surround us outside? Perhaps, but you never know. Anything could happen at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess we go in, just still carrying my bowl of pie. I mean cake.
So the sense that I'm getting here is Blair leaves the keys on the table. Edgar is probably going to pick them back up, and most of you are walking out of the apartment building at this point, and you're operating under the guise of we're going to go get cake because we ruined our last cake, right?
Not lying though to really kind of sell it as I am going to take these kids to a bakery or a cafe or whatever and get them cake
Okay.
and then
He
take them
wants-
to the castle.
Want some pie at least.
All right. So let's have everybody do a group check. We're not really going for stealth here. We're more like hiding in plain sight type kind of thing, doing more of a deception. So let's have everybody roll insight and willpower for me, please. And let's do this as a group check. So elect one person to be the leader and everybody else will support.
Um.
I'm the leader.
Yeah,
That's fine
Zinnia
with
is the
me.
leader.
Okay.
She'd
And
be
what-
the most excited about cake, so
Yeah,
let's sell it the most.
I was thinking about that.
Plus,
What about-
I'm
what were you
trying
gonna
to sell
say?
it to Astrid too. Like, we're having fun. We're getting cake. Maybe they have
Uh,
purple cakes at this bakery.
On Foundry, how do we roll that with a group check? Is it still just a roll check, or do we all have
Um,
a group?
I just was wondering too, because I clicked on group check.
Nothing came up.
Well-
Something came up, but I wasn't sure how to elect a.
Yeah, that's kind of. I haven't really gotten a chance to experiment with that.
Just as
So
at the bottom, initiate group check.
Here, I'll do it.
Oh, so it's
yeah,
the
but I
more
mean,
group check.
you don't
Okay,
know that that's don't pick
Okay.
things unless they ask for it.
That's
Yes,
fair.
I'll cancel the group check.
I'll
So then
just-
it would be
I'll
maybe
just delete it.
Zinnia who does it, and then we support it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's neat.
So we like
Oh, I
support.
do have a bond with Zinnia, though, don't I?
Yeah, don't.
I just haven't put it in there.
I don't have a
Yeah.
bond.
I don't either.
Oh, I didn't change the difficulty. Sorry.
Oh no, I haven't put
Oh,
one for
yeah.
Zinnia yet. I should though. This next.
What is
I-
the difficulty?
The difficulty is 10 for everyone.
Okay,
I'm
so
pretty sure
it's
I
fine.
have
That
a
was the
bond
defaults.
with Zinnia, so I don't know if that matters much, but
It does. It gives you a bonus
What?
if
Why
you
did- oh,
if you
what is
indicate
the-
you have a bond. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I added that. Okay.
okay, I hit
Yeah.
a 7 for my roll check.
Okay, you didn't press the button that popped up. At the
I don't
top?
know. I button that popped up on the top.
Yeah, look in the
That's,
chat. Scroll up in the chat until you see the group
Oh,
check.
the support check. Wait.
Yeah. It's the support group
There's-
check.
Support
Oh,
group
okay. Yeah,
check.
I know. I didn't see that earlier. Actually, I was on the playlist thing, so when I got there, it was already. Okay, support group check. Let's go. Bond of admiration. Choose bond. Still not good enough.
Okay, so Zinnia, roll the group check.
Yeah.
What does it say?
12.
Okay. So you make your way through the commune quarter. No one stops you at any point. You do encounter some people who kind of do seem to be looking around, kind of searching for something as they walk around the commune quarter, but no one stops you, and nobody takes particular notice of you. And before you know it, you are outside the commune grounds.
Okay. So we go to the cafe and then maybe we can send a messenger to Larice in the castle? That we're going to be arriving with a guest that we need to be cared for a little while?
I think the guards would probably reciprocate better to me returning over a messenger, but I don't
Okay.
know.
That's fair. I kind of figured like sending messengers was a fairly common thing, but if you want to go by yourself, that's also.
I
Or
would.
we all go together or something.
Yeah,
either
let's
way.
just all go.
Yeah,
We could go to
all
the cafeteria for cake.
I suppose we
pie.
could probably get really good cake at the palace. That's true. Or is it a palace, a castle? I don't know, but it's probably. got
Levine
good
also
cake.
needs to find a place to wash too, and I don't think they're gonna have a bathroom or a washroom at the cafe. So
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah, Levine. We just made this whole plan, and you were covered in cake, and we left, and you were covered in cake.
yeah, she had.
Really sold that you ruined the cake.
She still got her brush stuck in her hair. Like she just gave up on getting that out for now.
So all of you are arriving back at the Genova
Oh,
Castle.
can I make some insight checks to see if anyone's tailing us?
Yeah. Roll.
And that would probably be
two.
insight.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wait, I can do it on this thing. I keep forgetting that. All right, let me just. Bah, nope. Too much
You
brush in my
Don't
eye.
don't notice anything in particular.
Okay.
So you folks arrive back at Genova Castle, and the guards don't even address you. They just allow you to pass, seeing that Blair is in your company and having recognized several of you from past visits. They don't even stop you at the gates. The gates open up, and Larice is there to greet you somehow. It seems that that word travels whenever you folks are getting close to the castle, and someone was sent to greet you there. And so Larice is there to intercept you whenever you walk in. What do you do?
Were we really that obvious? Huh.
Or maybe she's just good at her job. We don't know.
I'm used to this. I don't think it's suspicious at all. So I just sort of greet Larice as normal. And
Levine is Oh yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
go ahead.
No, you
Uh,
go ahead. You could. I was gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was just gonna introduce Astrid and sort of say we were just making a temporary stop right now, to kind of get our bearings together to figure out what to do next. Unless people wanted to give more information.
Oh, from the palace and stuff, or from the castle. I'm not really worried about getting more information from the castle beyond if we can make sure Astrid can stay here for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure if people were wanting to talk about the commune there. I'm pretty sure
Oh
that
yeah.
we were kind of
Oh, you
trying to
reminded me
figure.
actually. Should we
Oh,
maybe talk to that one library lady about if she knows of where we can access shipping records?
that might be helpful. Yeah, I'd be down.
Yeah.
Levine wants to hand Larice her bowl of cake and say, "I need a bath."
And I might even suggest we look up a book about the ancient haven to see maybe if there's some history there.
Yeah, go to Preserver Ashara and ask some questions. That's a good idea too, the Ancient Haven.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
because. Oh, go ahead.
Levine is getting cleaned up. Everybody else is kind of free to do what they would like. Larice tells Blair, certainly, we're happy to take care of any guests that you bring into the home. And she smiles at Astrid and says, "Welcome to Castle Denova, Astrid," and takes her by the hand and says, "I understand that you want some cake. How do you feel about chocolate?" And Astrid gets very, very excited and follows Larice down the hall, presumably towards the mess.
Did we talk about wanting cake around
We told the kids.
her?
Astrid or Larice? No.
Larice. So how does she know?
I made the assumption that
All right.
when Blair arrived, that there was a little bit of discussion, that Larice probably had the wherewithal to ask, why the hell is there a bunch of cake in Levine's hair? Oh.
Yeah, that's
And why is she giving her
Alright,
cake
alright.
a bowl of cake?
And
Sorry.
and
Just gotta remind that there.
Larice's information is incomplete, but left to assume that Levine attempted to make cake for a child, and worst case scenario, you folks are here to keep a kid from, ratting all of you out to the authorities and kidnapping her, and best case scenario, it's a lot less serious than that.
More like worst cake scenario, am I
They
right?
keep arguing
Oh
we
my
did not
God.
kidnap this child.
Wonder how much that story of the cake left at the center will travel around. How good it was and how pink it was.
You're ridiculous.
All right.
I want to create a clock for that.
I wouldn't have been surprised though if Larice did have some sort of secret information network, because it seems like the king does, and like knows way more than he lets on. So I'd be like, it makes sense.
As a king should.
But that's it. Like, have they been spying on us? Are they the ones that were in the corridor? I'd feel more comfortable if I had known.
Larice was in
that
the
it was-
vents.
Yeah,
She's fast as
yeah.
frick.
but it
All
seems like it was
questions
just
that you can ask of NPCs in the area. Again, I'm just saying Levine is
Mhm.
indisposed, cleaning themselves up, but the rest of you are free to gather information at this time.
I looked at Cassandra and I said, "You want to go to the library?" It's like my favorite place.
Anyone else?
I think I'm gonna go to the library to ask questions about the shipping. If there's any place I could find shipping log information.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything else in particular? Or if you... Actually, I'll cover the library with these two, and folks can decide whether they want to do something else or not. Alright, so you folks arrive at the library. Preserver Ashara is there, of course, buried in their work. Doesn't really acknowledge your presence. other than a slightly raised eyebrow as you walk in, and then goes right back to her research.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead first. I was just saying okay in response to what he was saying. That's
Okay.
all.
I'm assuming I'm familiar with the sectionings of books and stuff, so I'm probably gonna just up and look for the Ancient Haven books. So I'm gonna go do that. Cassandra, I'm gonna just say, yeah, I'm gonna go look for books on the Ancient Haven. And
Okay.
I'll let you
Double
guys-
insight check for you. Cassandra, what are you doing?
I'm going to ask Preserver Ashara if there's a place in the library where I could find like records of shipping vessels in the area, including ones from the commune.
Preserver Ashara informs you that the only records they would tend to keep are of ships under Denovan control in one way or another, not
Okay.
for things under the commune. For general information like that, she recommends that you talk to Wharfmaster Annalise.
Wharfmaster Annalie?
Annalise, whom you
Annalise,
met
okay.
whenever you folks disembarked the first time, who is out at the harbor, and that they would likely have more detailed records other than just Denovan military or official business.
Thank you, I really appreciate that.
Okay, let's see. What did Blair roll? Yep. Okay, so a total of 12, it looks like.
Yes.
Let me subtract a Fabula here. The correct sheet here. There we go. You find a book on the on several islands and general Eastern continent geography. What are you looking for in this tome?
I'm looking for like kind of like a history of like, was there civilizations there? Did people, I don't know, like do rituals there? Just any sort of events specifically tailored to the island where the Ancient Haven is specifically.
Okay, so you find information that indicates that there have been like research crews that have been to the Ancient Haven, that at one time, and most of this is theory about what had gone on there. At one time, there was a castle there that is now crumbled. There's an open air kind of first floor, but the rest of it has more or less broken down into shambles. It seems that it might have fallen under siege at one point. There's no direct connection to Denova or anyone in current history there, but they suspect that the city of Denova and that peninsula may have once been a fortress of some kind. It may have been a part of the nation or city, or it may have been like a pirate fortress. It may have been its own independent colony. Folks aren't sure because they couldn't recover any writing from there. But they do notice that there were battlements and it was set up to be a place of refuge. And that's as much as you glean from it.
Okay, thanks.
Would anyone else like to investigate or look around or talk to anyone while you are here?
Unfortunately,
I'll talk
I
to
don't
my-
really have any ideas.
I'll talk to my rubber ducky.
I think Zinnia probably would have gone with Astrid to make sure that he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
unless Clarice said something to like convince me, or say like, no, it's okay, she'll be fine.
All right. Anyone else? I'm gonna say that all goes off without a hitch. You don't learn anything in particular other than Astrid seems to be happy, and Larice is falls right into step and is kind of like has a motherly kind of attitude, and you get the sense that this is something that she did frequently for Blair growing up, and that this is second nature to be able to care for a child. I guess it's just Edgar if you want to investigate anything in particular.
I really can't think of anything that I would look into.
Okay.
I didn't get enough information, so...
Nope, that's fine. Then let's say that all of you reconvene after these various activities. What would you like to do next? It is now definitely the sun has set, and darkness is beginning to overtake the city of Denova.
I think Levine is gonna say now, with cake off of her face, out of her hair, etc., we need to get to the Ancient Haven, and probably soon.
And speaking of the Ancient Haven, I couldn't really find much on it in our library. So it turns out it was, speculated that it was maybe a place of refuge, a fortress. We're not really sure what it was used for, apparently. So just kind of a heads up there.
Do we know?
Okay.
Has the compass responded to us at all about the Ancient Haven? Have we asked it about the Ancient Haven at all?
You have not asked it directly or looked at it?
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Okay. I should pull the compass out and ask, do you know anything about the Ancient Haven? Do any of you know anything about the Ancient Haven?
I think they're napping.
It vibrates once. Sorry, I had to remember how we did this.
Oh yeah, vibrating once means yes, twice means no, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is it...
Are you from the Ancient Haven?
Do you know what's happening there right now?
2 vibrations.
Okay.
Do you know where it is?
Do you know where it is?
1 vibration. And the compass points east, northeast.
You're so smart, Mal. East, northeast?
Yep. So
East,
if you look at our world map, that's essentially the direction that it is from Denova.
You have a compass to get there, then? I am curious, are they from the Ancient Haven? Because I think is...
Were you created in the Ancient Haven?
2 vibrations.
Okay.
I was halfway thinking that's where the compass was created, but...
Well, I don't think the souls within it would know.
That's fair, too.
If they were brought there by Margulis to the Ancient Haven, maybe they would. That's why I thought that. Alright, we can try to ask Marco in the morning as well, because he is not a fan of them, so maybe we can try to find him if he hasn't already been taking care of the commune in some other way.
Okay. I think
We
it's
can
not
ask
a bad
Annalise
idea.
and-
So like the dock area of Denova and stuff like that, I'm assuming, because given the way it's like located, I'm assuming it's like a nice long river that flows in from a bay to Denova. So
Denova is also probably a little bit closer than that star represents. It's
okay.
So it would encompass the area like a bay area almost.
Okay. Alrighty.
In that western corner of that little inlet. I guess I should pull that up for view.
So we can follow the compass to the ancient haven. We'll need to hire a ship. Oh, maybe Blair can help us with that.
Yeah,
I
can
could
see
try
if we can
to-
charter one with Larice.
I need to put Stormkeep forts around these places, so maybe we can find more of them sometime. But,
Blair, are you asking Larice about a ship?
Yeah, I'll go ask to see if we can charter a ship to the ancient haven.
Larice asks you, do you want to charter a ship or do you want to use an actual Denovan ship?
Oh, is there one available?
Certainly.
Oh, in that case, yeah, I'd rather use one of ours.
Okay.
Yeah, I was assuming that they might not want to be directly involved, but if we can get something straight from Denova.
right, because then we don't have to worry about manning the ship by ourselves too much either. Or helping too much, hopefully.
And putting other people in,
Yeah,
you know.
because at least these people are like, they serve the kingdom, they kind of know what they're hopefully getting into a little.
Alright, so the consensus is that you are taking a Denovan ship to do this?
Yes.
Do you agree, Belle?
Sure.
Okay,
about you,
I just
Zinnia?
wanted to make sure.
Okay. They tell you that it can be ready within the hour, and it will then be ready to disembark at your command.
Okay.
I kind of like the idea of going sooner rather than later.
I do
'Cause I
want to
feel like
still talk to the wharf master and Elise about some of that information I wanted about shipping logs.
And then in our
That's fair.
voice chat, Zinnia has a question.
Yeah, that's the thing that I was wondering about too. Would the king? That's why we wanted to ask too. Would the king sign off on this, or other authority figures? Would they even want to be involved?
Well, that was part of the reason why I suggested chartering a ship first. So when Larice said, "Do you want to use one?" I was like, if
Well,
it's
you didn't tell her
available."
why you wanted the ship.
I guess
I
we
said
should.
I wanted to go to the ancient haven.
No.
Larice just gave you options because you are royalty and explained to you what was possible for them to do for you.
Okay.
Well, I'm fine with whatever option the party wants to do then.
If we can get help funding for a charter ship, that because the king doesn't want to be directly involved with this, so if we can at least get help funding a charter ship, that would probably be a better option.
Or we sneak onto the Kraken.
Oh yeah.
Right. Oh, the commune ship or something like that.
Yeah, but we'd
It's
have
the
to.
non-commune ship, you mean?
It's the
Non-commune?
commune
Oh.
ship that doesn't sail a commune flag, but all the sailors wear the pins.
Oh. We still have our pins, right?
What?
We
Our
do.
badges?
Sorry, did the sailors wear the pins, or was it
Yeah,
just the people that
Sinus-
came off?
Sinus stated that some of the people on the boat that were like, I thought that's how I interpreted it, that some of the people on the boat who were like in charge of doing
That's
stuff
what-
on it were wearing the pins, but they weren't flying the commune flag.
You interpreted and heard correctly.
Okay.
We can try to. Either we sneak on or we try to impersonate crew as though we aren't the people who just left earlier today after cake.
Because my thing is, there's other options. We could get a rowboat and row out there in the middle of the night and sneak on that way.
It is a long. Levine's down for that, but it is a long,
I'm just saying, that would work.
long sail. That sounds like something Levine would do by herself on like a raft made out of logs, dying from hypothermia through a storm.
Anyone who wants to get a sense of how long it would take you to get out to the ancient haven, roll double insight.
Oh, heck yeah, Levine has totally got this. She's sailed before. Yeah, that's an 8. That's not bad. I rolled that on Murray with dice. I forgot.
So
It could be
double
worse.
insight, you said?
Yeah, double insight.
11. Oh, no, sorry, that was you.
I
11.
got an 11.
We both got 11.
Nice.
I got the lowest, but it was a success technically.
So a travel day is
Oh, so you got lower.
will normally get you 2 squares on foot, 2 grid squares, and so I think the same is. I think you can get 3 squares of movement on a ship. So to get from the Denovan Harbor to the Ancient Haven on a sailing ship would take you a couple hours, 2 to 3 hours. Rowing, it might take you the better part of half the day.
Oh, I wasn't saying we should row to the Ancient Haven. I thought we could row to the Kraken.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
Just
see.
Sneak onto the Kraken.
Okay.
Like in the cover of night, row up with like a little boat and like try
and
to
then we
propel
stow
upwards
ourselves
or
on
something.
board.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work, but we could row up to the docks, go onto the docks. Like if that's a plan we want to do, because I don't hate that plan as the thing.
We also don't know if it's going back there.
Yeah, we don't know if it's going to the Ancient Haven. That's why I thought if we talk to the Wharf Master, maybe there's some evidence that it is going to the Ancient Haven or around about that area. And then we can be more sure of like our next course of action.
Levine does like the idea of manning her own ship, kind of like the pirates from One Piece. We could be the Straw Hats and stuff. Levine kind of likes that plan. Get her own boat.
We can't afford our own boat.
That's fair. We'd have to get help from Annalise for that.
Do
If
any of us have nautical experience?
Technically,
Levine only with rafts, technically.
Cassandra flew flying ships. So I assume it's somewhat similar sail and stuff wise. I don't know, but
You gotta imagine she actually sailed a few regular ships.
yeah, I would assume
It's like a
so,
dentist.
actually, yeah.
They do have medical experience. Even though they primarily focus on teeth, they do have medical experience.
Cassandra,
Oh, go ahead.
as the captain of a flying vessel, you get the impression, based on the skill set of everybody else in the group, that the 5 of you could man a small ship on your own and probably get there if you were the only crew members. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, we could do it on our own. It would have to be a small vessel, which actually might be better if we're trying to sneak up to this island, to be honest. Like, the smaller the ship, the better. Like a little yacht kind of size ship. Or like a schooner or something.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, especially if we can't get somebody directly working from the king who we can trust. The least amount of people outside our team, the better.
So yeah, I do think I'll get, like, if we ask Larice to just find us a small ship we can man on our own, that would probably be the most ideal. Because then too, we don't have to worry about anybody else getting caught up in a fight and having to protect them. Because that was kind of an issue for us before. Not that it was a bad thing, but...
I like that. I like it.
Yeah, I support us doing our own ship if you feel confident about it and comfortable.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's any turtles or large sea creatures around that can help us hold the boat?
Roll double insight for me.
I rolled an 8.
Okay. You get the impression that there would be some small creatures in the bay, smaller fish, maybe the occasional predatory organism that might be a little bit larger, but most of the larger organisms probably don't reside in the bay. So you might be able to get some information, but maybe not necessarily help in any sort of physical capacity.
Okay.
But, you know, you can always try. You never know what you're going to find out there. I think that's what the dice are for.
Yeah.
So are we all in agreement then with the small boat we take ourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye, Captain. Or am I gonna be the captain?
Yeah. you
Levine
can
is
be the
halfway
captain.
excited.
And I'll just be like, Luis, do we have a small, like, sloop or something? Not that I would know that word, but do we have a small ship we can use that isn't anyone is on there? Like, no crew that we can just use?
Larice indicates to you that they do have a small ship like that available, and that they can have it cleared of crew very easily by just telling them to take the day off, and no one would really ask one way or the other.
Is it incognito? Like it doesn't have anything directly related to Nova? It's just a.
It is currently
Okay.
outfitted that way, but it could be made to look unofficial, not Denovan. But that would be up to you.
I think we want to kind of remove as much of that as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
To de-novo it.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
exactly.
Okay.
Just like that one DRM, but we actually get rid of the DRM or something. I don't know.
So the ship, as far as it will be in the harbor and there will be no crew on it, can be available in as little as an hour. And you folks can decide what the timing is of when you want to leave and what you want to do. Go from there.
Do we still have daylight?
You do not have daylight. It is now evening.
I
Okay.
think that is kind of better.
It can be, but the problem is if you're not a very experienced, I don't know how Sinus is going to do this to us. I'm thinking about it. Because if you're not a very experienced sailor, sailing at night can be a lot more dangerous because you can't really tell
Well-
what the water is doing properly.
Good thing you have
And stuff like
Levine
that.
here, who is
So-
very experienced in sailing in the dumbest conditions imaginable.
So Blair, being from Denova and having read that previous tome, there is no lighthouse on the ancient haven
Okay.
on the
know.
island that contains it.
Dangerous.
And Cassandra, you do get the sense that it is more difficult to sail at night.
Okay. I think what we can do is at least get to the ship and be on it, and if someone does try to come after us, we can leave if need be. You know, like be ready, but maybe not make that our goal right away. I suppose.
Yeah, It may be better advised to not jump the gun right now. Make sure we can talk to Annalise, I guess, about that too. I'm
Yeah,
down
like
for
we
that
can-
as well,
We
I
can go and
guess.
talk to her while the ship is getting prepared, and then we can wait on the ship overnight and make a sailing plan. Because there's got to be some kind of like, because usually sailors like they're not exact maps, but there's usually some kind of map and a general idea of like how we should charter. Because I know there isn't on here, but there could be any number of little islands in between Denova and the ancient haven, or like rock outcrops and things we'd have to watch out for. So I would assume a Cassandra would probably try to spend as much time as possible plotting a sailing route.
Probably should also be careful about sharing some of the information with Annalise, just because.
Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm
yeah,
only
okay.
asking for shipping logs, and I'm gonna bring Blair with me to make it seem more official.
Okay.
Like we're there on like official business, and if we could just get
Yeah,
some shipping
just-
logs to look into something, we would really appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
That's
say
fair.
anything else about it, but I
So-
appreciate the advice.
Are all of you going to the harbor then?
Yeah, I would just go. I might bring something with me of noble, insignia or something, because I am still in a disguise.
I guess the other part of that is, do we want to leave Astrid by herself all night, as we're just kind of.
We'll talk to Astrid before we go. I figure we want to let
Okay.
her know because we don't want her to just be like, oh, where did those people go? So we'll
Yeah.
definitely go talk to her that we're going to be looking into more stuff about what might have happened to her parents. and like reassure her in that way that we're like out doing what we promised, or what I promised, I should say.
Part of that is too, we'll probably be gone for over a day, I would imagine.
At least I'm assuming we're going to be gone for about a week.
Yeah, that could be a thing too, depending on whatever happens at the Haven.
Yeah, because we're going to probably be exploring some stuff. We're going to be gone at least a week, and that's what I'm going to tell Astrid. It'll be at least a week.
Okay. So you have that
At least a week,
conversation.
that's just a little...
You have that conversation with Astrid. She's very happy to hear that you're looking into things. And she's having a great time hanging out with, quote, Aunt Larice, unquote, already.
Nice. Yes. I'm gonna like just kind of give her like a nice comforting like ruffle of the hair if I can. I'm just like because I think Cassandra's just pleased that things are working out better than she was hoping for, at least in regards to Astrid, because we took the kid and like so like the kid seems better, because earlier it got messed up really bad. Everything almost got ruined, so it's nice that it's working out now.
Has it fully dawned on Astrid that she is in the castle of Denova?
Oh, yeah.
Like it? Okay.
And she's enjoying all of the trimmings.
Because I wasn't sure how much she even realized that this band of idiots was had ties with the king.
Oh, yeah. She's wearing one of Blair's old, like, princess gowns, like being an actual princess right now. And Blair probably has a little bit of some memories of this particular gown, or having to dress for these types of occasions, and or you know, being told to act like a princess, and probably has some certain feelings about that. How does Blair feel about that?
Oh yeah, it's just like flashback to, you know, the earlier days of being raised as, you know, a royal heir, and it just sort of makes Blair kind of reflect more on the importance of what they're doing and what it may lead to.
Okay.
I will say Levine has a similar nostalgic feeling, but it has a little bit of a underlining of trauma, but takes her back a bit.
Cassandra just thinks it's cute. Just having a good time.
Any last minute stuff for the castle before you all leave? Okay,
Yeah,
then.
I honestly can't think of anything myself, no. So.
All right, you folks head down to the wharf. You see some of the sailors are beginning to leave the vessel that you have been promised. Let's see. Blair, you're probably familiar with this particular vessel. What is it called?
And it's a small ship?
Yep.
The Prime Minnow. I don't know.
The Prime Minnow. Got it.
Better than me thinking Bodie McBoatface, so...
That's almost
Yeah,
what I
that-
named a pirate ship earlier.
You know the ghost from Gilligan's Island was the SS Minnow.
There you go.
Cool. So that ship is there and undergoing its flight transformation. Let's see. What are the rest of you getting into at the docks now?
I'm going to be looking for Wharfmaster Annalise and asking Blair to come with me. That was my plan.
Aye,
Okay. You find her easily enough, and she asks you, "What's your business?"
We were looking into some things, and we were hoping if you would have some information about the shipping records from the last month or so. For all the ships in the area, there's been some suspicious activity.
He says, "There's always suspicious activity. Who's asking?"
I'm gonna look over at Blair.
We are? And I don't know, I like flash my ring or something, some sort of sigil.
Says, "Always happy to help the crown," and she pulls an enormous several
knew it.
100-page book out from underneath her desk, and this thing is at least 2 feet long and a foot wide. This book is massive, and
Ooh.
she turns it towards you and opens up the page, and you see the most recent entries.
Okay. Is there anything that is obviously indicated that it's a commune ship?
Sure.
So with the logs, I'm particularly looking for the Kraken ship and where that one's gone and been. I
Okay.
don't much care about the shipping even the other fishing vessels, I wouldn't hate knowing if they were doing any like side visits while they're out fishing, you know, like if we could figure that out. But I'm mostly worried about that ship with the Kraken on it.
Okay. So let's see. You do peruse the logs. You see several different ships going in and out. Many of them have a stamp next to them that indicates their allegiance or their association, I guess you would say. And some of them definitely belong to the crown, and some of them definitely belong to the commune. There's 1 or 2 in there less frequently that you don't recognize. But there are also many of them that have no symbol at all. No true affiliation of any kind. And you notice that the ship with the Kraken on it, there you find detailed records of when it leaves and when it arrives. But there's no information about its destination specifically. And this, from reading through, this is not uncommon, particularly with unaffiliated ships, is that only Wharfmaster Annalise really only cares when they are docked there and making sure that they are paying, docking fees, essentially. Where they go when they leave is not necessarily something that is of importance.
And they don't have to log their cargo or anything with her?
Because
a lot of the times when shipping vessels berth places, they have to log what they're carrying.
At the very least, if they unload or load
taxes.
stuff, you might think, right? But
no, I don't think it matters. I think you have to tell them.
I mean, that's fair
regardless.
too. But
it's like a whole rule at a lot of it doesn't have to be a rule here. I'm just saying that's why I'm under this assumption. That's
why I wasn't sure what the.
I would say in the logs, you for every ship there is a purpose listed, right? Where it might be a fishing vessel going out fishing, something. It may be official Denovan business. It may be a merchant vessel. It may be a transport vessel for people as well. There are no specifics on cargo that is transported, just what the ship's general purpose is. And you see that the ship with the Kraken on it is typically registered as a merchant vessel, but it is sometimes also logged as a transport vessel and even a shipping vessel from time to time.
Okay.
Or a fishing vessel.
And the thing is, they can transport people to some place and it not be illegal to do so because, it's a cult. They're getting, a lot of these people might have even agreed to go to this place because they're being like, oh, you're ascending to some higher level of light and stuff, and we need you to go here because you're special or something. So the initial, actual sailing might not even be that suspicious. The question is what could they possibly be smuggling from that ship?
Okay.
Which I don't know if we'll be able to find out without sneaking onto that ship, which I don't think is part of the game plan right now, So yeah, I think I'll just thank Wharfmaster Annalise for the information and wish her a good rest of her day.
Okay. All right, so
'Cause I don't-
that is
yeah.
now taken care of. Anything else anyone wants to get done before the end of the day?
I think I can't think of much to add to the shipping stuff or that, so not really here. Just mostly familiarize myself with the ship, or Levine familiarizing herself with the ship.
You do notice that the ship with the Kraken on it is not in the harbor right now.
Oh, it's sailing at night.
When you looked through the logs, it had left just before sundown. So
Oh.
shortly after you were working your shift there, it went back out.
Oh, so you also said that the Ancient Haven is only 2 to 3 hours away by boat.
Mm-hmm.
So they easily could have sailed back out there.
It is within the realm of possibility.
All right, so yeah, I think I'll definitely so I don't know where everybody is, but at some point Cassandra will relay her information about thinking that the Kraken ship might have already gone to the Ancient Haven tonight, and asking if people want to risk sailing at night because it's more dangerous if we do that. But
I mean,
if they're
if we
willing, I'm not gonna tell them no.
we also will be more easily spotted approaching the Ancient Haven in full daylight, so that is
Yeah,
also a
That
thing.
is why I'm not sure if we should wait until it's maybe lightening up and the sun is starting to rise and then we head out. But that still would take it too long probably. So yeah.
Yeah, Levine is down for just going kind of in night, but also kind of as soon as possible at this point.
Yeah, so how does
But
Blair, Edgar, and Zinnia feel?
About going at night exactly, or
Yeah, leaving right away once we know that the Kraken ship is not in dock right now.
Blair would probably just sort of seek counsel from Cassandra, saying I didn't see anywhere about a lighthouse, and I'm just concerned about our arrival.
No, and that is something that but that's why I'm hoping maybe if I can find a detailed map of the waters around the Ancient Haven or leading to the Ancient Haven, if we can kind of prep in some way for that. Because we can also, because part of what the ship is we can drop anchor a ways away and drop a rowboat and then row to shore.
or swim.
And that would be a much, or swim, I wouldn't suggest that, but we could row to shore and that would actually be a much safer approach anyways than a big ship to begin with. Because I know we're taking a small ship, but the smaller we can go, the better. Once we're actually maybe there.
Well, if we don't have a crew to watch the ship, I'd be worried somebody take it and we have no way off the island.
Oh yeah, that is also a thing. I mean, our ship is already kind of small, so depending on what we approach, we can hopefully hide it in a.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can hide the ship someplace and then use the rowboat to get the rest of the way to the beach, so we don't risk hitting a rock or something and then being stuck because we hit a rock. Because that's the thing is someone could take our ship or mess with it, but if we are too risky about our approach, we'll just hit an outcropping of rocks and then our ship is gonna sink anyways.
Maybe we'll just have to steal their ship then.
I mean, we could.
Regardless.
That is part of my backup plan.
You know what?
Yeah.
We should get a note to who is the guy with the airship?
Oh, I don't
the guy?
remember.
Captain Leon.
I'm thinking Leon.
Oh yeah, Captain
I feel-
Leon.
want to give Annalise a note. I don't know if this would actually work, but give this to Leon if we aren't back within so many days. And it'll say, we've gone out to the Ancient Haven. If you want to save us, please.
Can you
As an
can you
emergency exit.
can you answer a question for me really quick? How will she know Leon?
Oh, she's met Leon. They were
Oh, then they were
drinking
talking.
together.
Oh yeah, never mind. I forgot about that. Yeah, then for sure. I was how would she know him to pass on a note?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure they're doing each other at this
He's-
point.
Oh, that's fair.
He flies
I
a ship
don't remember
and
that.
she handles the docks. So
That sounds for some reason really dirty. I don't know why.
I'm
I think
pretty
that
sure
was
it
the
is.
point.
absolutely is.
Okay.
comes into our port, if you know what I mean.
But yeah, are you guys okay with me handing that note and tell her like, don't open this, but please give it to Leon if we aren't back within, like, I guess our estimate is a week. Like, I feel like if we're gone for a week, that's already too long, but
And we're already dead.
so it'll only take us a couple hours to get there. So I feel like probably shouldn't be a week, right? Hopefully.
Yeah,
but...
if we don't hear back from us, because I'm assuming this ship that we're taking has some sort of radio contact system. If there isn't, if we don't radio in, or because I wonder if we could still radio their ship. Like how far
So-
away?
You're going to sail on a Denovan vessel, and
Mhm.
Denova does not use Magitech. So it does not
Oh.
have a radio system. You can, however, use carrier pigeons or other potentially magical means in order to do so.
Okay. So there's no way of magically communicating that's already on the ship.
No, nothing that comes with the ship inherently.
Are there
You-
pigeons on the ship already, at least? or would we have
I
to
would-
bring those too? I just want to make
I
sure we
think
actually have
probably
them.
not, but
You get the sense that normally this ship is staffed with people who can communicate magically in one way or another.
And I don't think any of us can we?
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
no. No, I think part of it is it is going to be a bit of a risk, kind of, regardless. I think is
Go
what we're
back
gonna do
and
if we're
find
doing-
Wharf Master Annalise. Hi again.
Hey,
Do we
what's
have
up?
any way that we could communicate with people while we're gone? Like
Any
a way to
person?
radio in? Like, it's like do you have a magical, just like if we could, like, if there's like a place or a way that we can contact back to port in case we might need help with anything?
She
you have, like, a
says
device that we
that
could use?
they keep pigeons at the wharf
Mhm.
who are homing pigeons that are trained to return to the wharf that you can rent for 10 zenit.
How many pigeons do I get for 10 zenit?
1.
Oh, God. Okay.
I mean,
how,
we
many,
pri-
how many text messages do you feel like sending back? Like,
Well, because if it only
mean-
goes, the thing is the pigeon is trained to. It's a homing pigeon, so it's trained to go back to
Mhm.
the dock. So it's not. I don't know if it's trained to come back to us. So if we need to send more than one message for whatever reason,
I mean, yeah, I think that's the kind of thing that regardless, we're taking a risk here. So I was probably we can take a pigeon though, and that could also supplement the
I'll
Needing to-
rent one pigeon for at the very least.
Okay,
probably don't
mark
necessarily
10 zenit
need
off.
to.
Mm-hmm.
You probably don't necessarily need to like leave the note then with Annalise necessarily. We can, if we need to send the message, we can send it with the carrier pigeon then. So we could do that instead. So it's not as well, hopefully we can protect this little boy. What's his name? I ask Annalise.
Pigeon number 4.
Hey, number
Good
4. And
dog.
I go to give
Call him
them
Quattro.
Quattro. Hey, Quattro,
Yeah.
fist bump.
Uh,
I go
the
for it.
bird
Give-
stares at you confused and then pecks at your hand a little bit.
Right on.
And then Zinnia says wing bump and holds out 2 fingers.
Because of your ability to communicate with animals, the pigeon understands immediately and holds out a wing to wing bump you.
You're
Nice.
cheating.
And then it begins to bob its head excitedly.
How did you do that? What the heck? Alright, I guess we're gonna ship off tonight with Quattro and the crew. The Quattro crew.
Okay. You guys are going out at night?
Yes. I
Yep,
think.
seems like it.
Okay. You folks finish scrubbing the ship of any Denovan markings. It looks kind of like the Kraken ship now at this point, having no affiliation of any kind. And you folks are ready to journey to the Ancient Haven. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do our first ever travel roll.
I have a thing for this.
You do, and I'll circle back to that once I finish reading how to do this. So I determine the threat level of the area traversed, which I'll mix in the night portion of that with this. On a travel roll, by rolling the die against the chosen threat level, on a 6 or higher, the group encounters a danger. On a 1, the group makes an unexpected discovery. The Game Master decides the location of each danger and discovery. If you need, mark its position on your map sheet. Unless stopped by an encounter danger, the characters proceed to the next travel day, blah, 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 blah. So we're going to call this, this would normally be a medium threat level, which is a D10, but because you are, actually no, let's call it low, a D8. There's not really much that's going to run into you in the bay, and we will raise it to a D10 because you are traveling at night. Now, do we have any wayfarers other than Zinnia here?
Not I.
Not I.
All right.
Seems like a class I should have, but no.
It doesn't stack it anyway.
Okay. So Penguin's ability reduces the die rolled for your travel rolls by 1 size to a minimum of D6. So rather than rolling a D10, you will roll a D8 for your travel rolls, Zinnia. And that will be good for the whole group. Do a public D8 roll. Big money, no whammies. A 6. Interesting.
Uh-oh, we encountered a danger.
You did.
Whose plan was it to go at night?
So,
It was mine, by the way.
what you find is that while you are out there, your ship strikes a coral reef, and you folks are going to need to find a way to dislodge the ship. So, what is everybody doing to get yourself from being run aground?
Question.
Why did
Yep.
those dang fish warn me?
So I have Ventus,
Mhm.
and I can hit up to 3 people.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering though if I could use it to sort of reverse, because like I'm assuming this ship has sails on
Uh-huh.
it. If I can cast Ventus on the sails and maybe get the ship to back up,
Certainly.
that's
All right.
my idea.
So let's say that, let's make this a group check, right? And that is Cassandra's action to try and unstuck you. Anybody else?
I mean, I would probably try to find a way to attach a bunch of things together to make a really long lever. So I don't know if there's some spare wood for repairs that were left around, or something I
Zinnia
could
points
use.
at your big tree limb.
I don't necessarily want to do that. I'm afraid of losing it. The Steel Levine's tree thing, but
There's not really much else available to you. I think
well,
you
that's
could
unfortunate.
you
All
could
right.
use that or try something else.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough to use as a lever. I'll keep thinking about it while somebody else does that.
Sure.
What is there like? I don't know, like any sort of tools to help on the boat with this dislodging? Like, could I like adjust the rudder or something?
So there are some tools available. You get the impression that it is mostly used for rigging. You also have an anchor available to you. That's kind of the general gist. It is stocked to do what a ship normally does.
Is there wind?
Is there wind? Well, there's about to be. There is a wind coming off the sea. Let me take a look
Because
here.
I was gonna say, like, we could adjust the sails to have the wind maybe, like, help lift the boat over? I don't know.
The wind is not hurting you right now, but it's not helping you either. It is kind of
Sure.
perpendicular to your desired direction.
So we couldn't catch it, is what you're saying?
Right.
Okay.
So, I kind of missed a little bit. I was trying to help Martha with some stuff. What's the situation exactly?
We're stuck in
Well-
some rocks.
Yeah, and my
Okay.
plan was to use Ventus on the sails to get us to back up, because I can kind of
Okay.
cast it in a specific direction.
And you are on a
Venus, the-
coral reef, is where you're on.
Holy fuck! I'm gonna search this quick too. I was halfway thinking about having Levine tie a rope around her waist to like one of the masts or whatever, and she was going to kind of like jump over the side and then start kicking off on the rocks if she can actually kind of reach them like that.
Mhm.
Perhaps using her ancient tree limb to kind of brace and get down in there and pry us off.
Okay.
Are you strong enough to do that?
I can help, I'm sure.
That's fair.
Kind of like it's like shoveling out a car from snow, and you just give it a
Oh,
little
that's
push.
fair.
and
We are
after,
on
you know,
water, so shifting it should be a lot easier than if we were to be on land. That's a valid point.
It's like if you guys are out in the wind, and
For
I'm just
sure.
trying to give it the first push.
Or you could even try to like make sure the coral is broken away, but it's stuck on, so it's not getting lodged even more. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figure.
Okay.
This Levine just goes full might when she's normally out sailing by herself anyway. So this is like her first instinct. Just give it a big old grit.
Okay. Anyone else?
I'm going to be uncreative and see if there's any animals that can help push the boat.
Okay. Make a double insight check.
That doesn't sound
That's your
Summon a
uncreative.
answer to
whale.
everything is asking animals to do stuff for you.
That sounds like
Nice.
Too
Summon a
creative.
whale.
dang.
Okay.
Holy cow.
There are several fish living in this reef, as well as a small pod of manatee-like creatures, whom you are able to convince to help you in this endeavor. Okay, so I think we just need Edgar and Blair if they're doing something.
I'm still trying to figure something out other than what I was asking about.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you still need to actually sail the ship, so you could be at the helm if you wanted to. You could be up in the crow's nest trying to look around. You could be just out there with paddles, basically, or with oars that come out from the ship.
I'm gonna go up to the crow's nest in the off chance there's passing ships and see if there's anyone, or even the Kraken.
In that case, I'm gonna handle the steering and try to steer the ship out when the wind is blowing.
That works good. IMO.
So, who's gonna take the lead on this check?
I guess it's technically Edgar, right? But I mean, I could do it as Levine. Just
I mean, I think it was Cassandra who had the first.
okay.
That's true. I don't
Could be
mind
Cassandra
being the
too,
lead
she
on
is-
it, but it could also. I don't mind it being Edgar either, though, because he is steering the ship while we're all sort of supporting that action. Is the idea?
That works for me.
All right.
Alright, so I would like you all to roll the following dice. Cassandra, roll whatever you would normally roll for a magic check, an offensive magic spell. Levine, might and might. Zinnia, willpower and intelligence. Blair, willpower and insight. Blair, insight and insight.
So I'm rolling insight and willpower for mine.
Yep.
Ooh, critical.
And I had the same numbers, the doubles.
Yeah, that's a critical.
I got
Oh,
an 8.
Sorry.
Holy smoke. Okay, let's take a look. So Blair critically succeeds.
Good job.
14. 7. Okay. So I'd like Edgar to roll Dex and Insight, adding 2 to the check, please.
All right,
Your
what's the
difficulty class is a 12.
Okay. I'll use a Fabula point.
Okay.
Reroll my dex.
Okay.
So, just roll my D10.
Yeah!
All right.
Okay. So,
So
Good
let's
job.
see. Blair.
for the cake.
11, 13.
All right. So you folks managed to unstuck the ship from your from the location, from the reef, and begin sailing back on your way. You have lost a considerable amount of time doing this, and we'll say that you are arriving at the ancient haven. It looks like you are going to be there right before the sun rises.
Look good enough.
And let's see. Blair, you get an opportunity
Oh,
back here. So you can look through an opportunity on page 41 and pick out something reasonable. I would say probably a piece of information, since you were up in the crow's nest looking. You might find a new piece of information that you didn't have before, or learn something about your target that is going to make it easier to do a check later on, or something like that. Okay?
okay.
So let me know what you would like to do with that.
Okay.
But that being said, as you folks get close to the ancient haven, Blair would know this from having read the tome. The crumbling fortress structure that was on the island is on the eastern side of the island. So what part of the island are you folks approaching from?
I want to say west, right? We probably want to make as much distance between us on foot so they don't keep an eye out for our ship. If there's like an area.
Yeah, like, because there's like on the little map, there's like that like little peninsula area that juts out with kind of like a small bay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we could like try to tuck the ship in along there and then go the rest of the way on foot.
Okay. So you folks drop anchor on kind of the south, maybe southwest or southeast side, right? Which one? Southwest or
Southwest,
southeast?
I think, because we're going northeast,
Southwest.
right? So it'd be southwest side.
Yep. So you kind of tuck in that tiny little inlet in the southwestern corner and row your way to shore. It is not too far away. You can very easily, especially in the dawn light, see the fortress on the edge of the ancient haven. And
I think we should make sure to hide the ship too as much as we can. Try to cover it with some kind of foliage and take Quattro with us just in case.
your rowboat, yes, okay. Levine, make a dexterity and willpower check.
Oh, I got it. Only a 9. And I don't have any fabulous points anyway, so I'm not changing that one.
Okay. You attempt to... You find like a tiny little overhang of rocks that you can fit the rowboat underneath and a couple of twigs, and you do the best you can. You don't know what's going to come of it. Okay. Let's see. Let's have everybody make a double insight check for me, please.
Oh wait, I keep grabbing my actual dice. I just like actually rolling them.
Just do it.
That's okay
I
if
rolled
you want to do
19.
that.
I'm sure I discovered you.
Is that
I
an
switched to doing this because this seems slightly nicer to me than my own dice are. Except for now I got a fumble. Mother effer.
Hey, you get fabulous points with that. That's nice.
Yeah, exactly.
Woohoo.
Wait, I got something for this.
There. Fabulous point. So grumpy.
Man, I could use some of those right
I'm
now.
mostly grumpy because I was like, this thing is so much nicer to me.
That's how it gets you.
Okay, you do gain a fabula point. You don't really see anything. I think Zinnia is going to be the only person that sees. You see another ship on the eastern side of the island. You can't really make out the specific details of it, but there is a ship there. And due to the high roll of your check, you also see some you see a couple figures near the fortress ruins area very briefly before they disappear out of sight.
I just want to say an 18 is probably the highest roll I've seen on this game yet.
And I guess at this point I should ask you folks, because it is approaching 1 a.m., whether you would like to continue going for now, or if you would like to call it for the night.
I think we could probably call it for the night if everyone else is okay with it, because it is like 1 a.m. for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was thinking that
And
too. We got
Picking it up on an adventure sounds fun, and we can maybe plan our attack, like have some ideas before we try.
I
to do
could
this, so.
start the next session with actually a fabula point, because that could be handy, you know. After, hopefully I don't need it, but
Are we supposed to add fabula points after each session?
at the beginning of a session if you don't have any.
Right.
Oh, if we don't have any, that's what
Correct.
it is. Okay, that's what
And
it is.
I burnt
it's
it all in that
whenever a bad guy shows up in the scene, stuff like that. So
Do you
Oh,
need
yeah.
to know my opportunity now, or?
Yeah, if you know what it is now, sure, but if not, that's okay.
I'm torn right now. I don't know what I would pick.
Yeah, it does seem like a interesting situation to figure out. So
Yeah. I mean, I was like, it would be funny to do plot twists and be like, yes, I'd like to see the pendulum, the blind white hair guy. But then I'm also like, unmasking the commune seems pretty important.
you saw
Or-
yourself leading a ship. That's what you saw, which is what you did. You were like just coordinating everything, and you were like, "I'm the king."
Yeah.
That probably doesn't help you at all figure out your choice. So
No, it doesn't.
I do think something about the commune could be very helpful. Because while the pendulum guy is important, I don't think he'll be that important very quickly.
the pendulum guy that Cyan is kind of made up on the fly, but we are also interested in, and now he has to make up more stuff for us. Yes, we should.
Yes.
We should force that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I know exactly who that is and what that character is going to be like.
He
Cool.
has a
Blair,
month
you
to
need to
plan
change
it,
that
so.
right now. You need to create a whole bunch of different information right now on that guy.
So, I suppose Sinus has the last word on this, but one of the things that suggests an opportunity for it is to fill or erase 2 sections of a clock.
I did see that too, but I would be like, I don't know which clock, and can it be split, or is it just one clock?
Well, it depends
I mean,
what you care more
Desdemona-
about. Do you care
The
about
commune.
Desdemona or do you care about the commune?
Commune. Yeah, because the commune could be good, because after what we did yesterday, they're all like confuzzled and like we have to dial back their plans. I think.
Yeah.
No, if I were to pick, but I also shouldn't impose on you too much. So, but I did like that. Yeah, now I'll say it. So.
Here's the thing. I actually think we're gonna find Desdemona in the Ancient Haven. Recovered or
She-
not.
No, we didn't know she was in.
Because she got
back
into
in
a ship and
Alonia.
flew up. Oh yeah, she is back in Alonia. Never mind.
Yeah.
So I
forgot
probably
about
do
that.
know.
I thought that finding her in the Ancient Haven would make a lot of sense too, though.
Your characters don't know that. You know that.
Mm.
That's fair. Cassandra
I thought
might
the
think that she's
compass-
gonna find her at the Ancient Haven then.
I thought we asked the compass that, but I guess the
I
compass.
don't think
did,
we
no.
asked the compass where Desdemona was. No.
That's fair. Never mind then.
And we can.
No, yeah,
I don't mind taking another 10 to 15 minutes to hash all of this stuff out. And I have a scene potentially that I'm going to close with as well. So
Okay.
hang in there, ask your questions and everything, but we are wrapping up.
Okay.
yeah. I think I'm just a little loopy from many hours of cake and
The
quattro.
thing is I made notes about the questions that we have asked.
Okay. I did not make.
I'm looking through my
Mm,
notes to
yeah.
see if we have asked about how do we find
That-
you. The
So-
Sounds like something I should have done.
I think I am going to say that Blair needs to make a decision on their opportunity without any additional input that has happened since you left the coral reef. So you
That makes
can
sense,
you can
yeah.
still make it retroactively, but it can't be based on any new information if you decide to ask the compass something or anything else while you're here. It can't be because you folks saw the ship or the figures in the distance at the fortress either.
Okay.
Not even worried about those guys. I was gonna beat them up.
Okay, so since Sinus does actually have a good idea about the pendulum, I'm okay with either one of them being a thing. If you want to more information on them, if you're like worried about what we want, that's fine. If you want to turn back a clock, I'm cool with that too. All of that sounds useful in different ways, so.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think I should make sure to shut up and let Blair decide what Blair gets the opportunity
Yeah.
of.
I really want to see the pendulum really bad. I want to plot twist it so hard.
Yeah. Go for it.
Alright.
I'm interested too, so.
I'm picking that because we also don't know anything about the compass, and I don't know, that just feels sus to ignore.
Yeah. No, it's good to have more information about the compass. That's a good point.
And isn't it latched to you? And
Yeah,
it's
well,
on for
it's-
you.
It won't come off of my neck anymore.
Oh.
But it like will
Kinky.
lift away from my body and stuff.
Okay. Then that's my choice, Sinus.
I need you to articulate it out loud for me, please.
I am choosing the plot twist. It
Mhm.
says someone or something of your choice appears on the scene.
Okay. And okay, what is the thing that you are choosing to be on your scene?
Pendulum, the white-haired man.
Okay.
Blind man.
Nice.
You notice that while you are bound in the coral reef, and I don't know if you guys can see my cursor on the map here,
Mm-hmm.
you folks were sailing kind of along the coastline, the southern coastline coming out of De Novo before jutting up this way, right? So you kind of followed it down, as best you could, and you got stuck right around here. You guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Right around there, yes, where dragon is. And now penguin and Jas. And I guess for people who are watching, that's right about down here or so.
You should ban all of them.
It does not escape your notice that there is someone on the shore, right? Probably, I would say 200 to 300 feet away. And what you see is the following. So, Levine is down on the rocks, facing away from the shore, just absolutely brute forcing, like those strong men trying to pull semis in, you know, those crazy competitions, and looking like they're actually making some headway. You see Edgar down at the helm, kind of jostling the wheel, the navigation wheel a little bit, and trying to help break the rudder free and trying to get control as soon as he can feel it unwedge. You see Zinnia like composing a symphony of fish, completely focused on that, and a group of manatees who are pulling along with Levine to try and get your ship unstuck. And you see Cassandra standing with their hands out, blasting a couple different sails with wind. And it looks like the ship is lurching forwards a little bit, but still kind of stuck. And from the shore, you see a flash, a very brief, flickering flash. You only know this because you work with these types of magics from time to time, but it is someone conjuring something in their hands. And unbeknownst to the rest of your crew, it is another Ventus spell, and it blends right into Dragon's spell, but it is a final big blast and gust that finally gets you free. And you have this feeling deep down in your gut that this person on the shore unequivocally helped you folks get free. And the only person you could think of that is powerful enough to do that from this distance must be someone very, very powerful, and could indeed be the pendulum. And for whatever reason, has aided you folks in getting unstuck from this situation. And that's what you
the
get out
pendulum
of that.
swings.
We're
And-
experienced in what screwing with us.
And the crazy
Okay.
the crazy thing is that right after it happens, and right after you get loose, the whole ship lurches for a moment, and you have to catch your balance, and you look at your hands and your feet, and you've got a hold of the crow's nest and everything, and when you look back, the person isn't there on the coastline anymore. They're gone.
Alright.
But the important question, what was Quattro doing during that?
Probably working with Zinnia and the other animals. All right.
Good job, Quattro. It was all you.
So given how that played out, I need to change some clocks here.
Ooh. The power of clock.
So the commune has grown. The sphere of influence has increased by another, essentially one more block in all directions, that kind of thing. And so that has now happened.
Does
And
it reset the clock? And there's
yes,
another
it will
okay.
continue to do so. And then we'll worry about this other clock at the close of the session. Is there anything any of you would like to do before we finish out here?
I mean, would Blair at least convey this by the
Yes.
time we at least landed? Yeah, I kind of figured. So
Yeah.
I don't really know much to make of it, but
Yeah, I would probably articulate it in a way of, did anybody see that person on the shore? And like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know you didn't, but in the off chance they might have said yes, Blair would have been like, oh yeah, okay, it wasn't my imagination or anything, but I'm pretty sure somebody was there that helped us.
Levine is gonna say like she wasn't even aware how close. She wasn't even aware anybody could see the shore at that point. She was very distracted.
Yeah, no, I'm afraid I was focused on the steering the ship.
Yeah, and like Blair's gonna like obviously gesture in a position where they saw somebody and describe the spell. And I mean, if anyone would have saw it, she would have been like, Cassandra, did you notice anything with the sails?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Now that Blair's pointed it out, will I have like retroactively been able to be like, oh yeah, maybe someone's magic did combine with mine in a way.
You can't be sure.
That's fair.
You have very recently learned how to use Ventus, and
Valid.
even when you were trying to cast it into the sails, you were having varying degrees of success and wind strength. And so, you were not able to tell that there was any major difference.
Okay. So no, yeah, I couldn't really tell, but that could be for a lot of different reasons. I believe you though.
Yeah. Blair's just gonna kind of be like, I'm convinced it's the pendulum. Like, I don't know who else that could have been.
I wonder why he would appear here.
Well, maybe... Blair doesn't want to say it out loud as they realize they're thinking it, but, the compass didn't... Or I don't know if it was the compass or if it was the lady, Ajara, when they were saying that he appeared during bad events or just really awful events. Like, Blair's like, oh no, maybe something.
Oh, yeah.
So why would you make him show up here? This was
It's
terrible.
almost like a couple clocks
well,
might have failed. A couple bad clocks.
It's like how people thought Sirius Black was a Grimm. It could just be a coincidence.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean he causes the bad things to happen. Maybe he's there to try to stop it. And it doesn't always work. We don't know.
It's a mystery.
You haven't the foggiest idea of whether or not the pendulum knows about your party or what you are doing, but given this person's vast lifespan and experience and power, it's a possibility that this person showed up to ensure that you are going to be successful or get to where you need to go or where you are going right now.
The other thing is I'm like, I was pretty sure they said he was blind, so I'm like, how did he see us?
He's snowblind, which means that he has no pupils visible. That does not necessarily mean in this world that they are actually blind. It's just this very unique characteristic for someone to have no irises or pupils.
Got you. Okay.
Anyone else asking the compass anything, doing anything in particular?
Yeah. I was gonna ask the compass something earlier that someone brought up. What was it? got distracted by the pendulum stuff.
I know what it is, but
You're rude. It's fine.
I know.
I get it. Let's see. It was something about. Oh, something about Desdemona in the Ancient Haven or something? Right?
Did we say that they were the Alonian Empire?
Oh yeah, is
Yeah.
Desdemona at the? Is yeah, I got nothing.
I should have wrote it down. Did I write it down? I didn't. Dang it.
Is there anybody bad at there? Yeah, the there. That place.
Is the Ancient Haven dangerous? I'm gonna ask the compass that.
No response.
No response.
They probably just don't know.
Yeah, maybe they don't know, so that's why they're not answering.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was a little scared.
Because like before, if it was like a yes and no thing based on their information, they would buzz on and off with the yeses and the nos.
Then, to be consistent, buzzes once and then it buzzes twice.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Because that's what you had it do last time when I asked it a bunch of questions and you had it like start freaking out and buzzing. So
Yeah,
Sorry.
but that's when we found out there were multiple people with multiple information. So it doesn't mean that they didn't know. It was both a yes and a no.
yeah, that's why I figured maybe it was like someone knew something, someone
Yeah.
didn't know something.
So
Okay.
no response, kind of.
Okay, so no response. I will say no response with no one knowing anything also is good. Is that what you're meaning, Mel?
Yeah, we can't communicate that with them. So fine, I
No,
guess
yeah.
we can because we are talking to them.
Yeah, don't vibrate if you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's solid. It's a good idea.
you get one
Anyways.
vibration
Oh, okay.
to
so you
to that
do-
statement.
So it
Don't
Okay.
vibrate if you don't know.
Okay, good. Gotcha.
Yes.
And like
They
because
know
we're
the
not
pendulum.
quite has the compass point changed direction at all since we've come closer to the island, or is it still that northeast?
Since you last asked it, it has gone back to true north.
Okay, I'm gonna ask it again. Where's the ancient haven?
It spins.
It spins. Okay, so we're the whole thing. Because I was wondering if the ancient haven was maybe like a specific spot on this island, or if it was the whole island.
It is the
So thinking it-
island.
Okay, so yeah. I
What
was
kind
gonna
of
say-
terrain is this island?
Oh yeah, that's a good
comprised of?
question.
It's a yes/no question, and you're not.
No, I'm just asking the DM. What kind of terrain are we
Like-
looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beach,
That's what I don't know if
obviously,
we-
going the whole way around. More of a stony beach than a sandy beach, but it's not. It's a lot of like looser gravel almost. There's a couple big rocks here and there, and then you have lots of those stones are moss covered, and eventually this gives away to some actual dirt and like tall, not maybe like straw, but like tall reeds or tall grass, leading towards the actual fortress itself, which is on kind of a hill, not a big hill, mind you. It's maybe, 30 or 40 feet higher than anywhere else on the island. It is a relatively small island overall, but you can see that whoever built this fortress designed it to be on the highest point of the island, which happens to be to the east, facing out towards the sea.
Okay.
Okay, and I imagine there's not a whole lot of like trees or other types of coverage getting up to the fort. Then
Not much. There's
that makes sense.
there's a little bit of tree cover, particularly in between where you are and the actual fortress, enough that you would probably be able to see something if you looked closely enough, but also if something was well hidden, you might not see it. So sparse trees, I guess I would say. It's definitely not a
makes sense.
forest.
Will probably make the approach a bit more difficult then, something to be aware of.
Yes, since you arrived during the day instead of the night, which it was definitely an outcome of your travel roll.
Dang. Maybe the person who said we should go at night was actually dumb, but who can say?
Okay, any last things to get through tonight?
I can always ask the compass more questions when we open up next time, I assume, because I can't think. Because I want to ask the compass a little bit more, but I don't quite know what. I
Okay.
want to fully
And
know yet.
tell you what, let's actually somebody in the Discord make a thread with questions to ask the compass, and you folks can ask the compass anything at any time you think about the game. And what we will do is at the beginning of each session is we'll go through and read off questions that were asked of the compass and what the responses were.
That sounds fun.
Yes, I like that. And that kind of gives you folks some downtime activity and some kind of interesting meanwhile type kind of thing.
Okay, I created the thread.
Mm-hmm. Just remind me to make that the first thing I do. It'll be part of our recap, which will be kind of fun and unique for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
All right, then. With that, if nobody else has anything specific that they're looking at.
I just have a simple clarifying question.
Sure.
Which is the two figures that I saw disappearing. Did they disappear into the ruins or just disappeared somewhere
You can't tell.
Cool. Thank you.
I would say you are looking eastward, right? And you saw a ship out in the easterly direction, and the figures you saw were standing high up, where the fortress is, and then they went behind some portion of the remaining walls that are still there. So you don't have a good idea of what direction or where they're going or what they are doing. They have gone out of view somewhere in that fortress area.
Right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And what level are we supposed to be for next time?
11.
Okay, I'm still level 7 because I wasn't
You
sure what I
gotta
wanted
keep
to do.
every game. Bump it up.
Yep, we are leveling every main quest game. It will be likely that if we do any filler episodes that there will be no level ups from those.
Yeah, I'm just behind because I wasn't sure what I wanted to do.
So far it hasn't made too much of a difference, I don't think, but it could soon.
Yeah, we haven't done, besides maybe a skill here or there that might have been handy.
I haven't been in any combat yet, which is probably good for a 10-year-old.
Yeah,
Makes
that's.
sense,
I
yeah.
mean, that would honestly. The thing is, if combat happens, I don't know how much just character-wise, Cassandra would be chill with a 10-year-old being in combat.
I mean,
She'd probably be like, go over there and be a medic if we need you, but be safe, hide as much as possible, Zinnia. Don't be
Zinnia as
involved.
a character is also just scary because sure, Zinnia's a child,
Oh,
but
for sure.
the things they're saying are so much more.
I'm-
Levine is far more like an 8-year-old, and Zinnia's
not-
like a 20-year-old. So
I'm not saying me as a person, for sure. I don't doubt that Zinnia could probably mess somebody up. That is not a doubt in my mind. However, like I said, Cassandra just be like, we'll see a 10-year-old and be like, this child should not be in battle. So it might be a little bit of an issue. Not an issue, but a sort of hey, maybe stand in the back row or something. Like, don't be up front.
Well, she's fully leaned into insight and willpower.
No, yeah,
Definitely
that's-
not be up front.
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, but it'd just be like, like extra careful, like we must protect the child kind of vibes.
Yeah, although she doesn't have very good spells. So she can just whack people with a book and throw up on them.
I mean,
Exactly. That's what Levine's gonna do.
She can throw up pumpkin seeds, like those pumpkin guys.
All right then.
Shy guy.
No, they're cursed pumpkins from like the second episode.
Oh, wait.
No, the
No,
ones
I think
that
it's-
killed
oh,
me
yeah,
almost.
Yeah, that's right. Those guys are freaky.
yeah, those things were kind of weird. But I will say that was kind of established too in that particular episode that Cassandra's like, there should not be children in this battle. What the heck?
Why is Zinnia scary, man? She's like a sociopath, possibly.
That's rude.
All right, we're getting a little bit out of the table here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the scene, and then I'll be happy to hang out and do the rest of it. So, let's deal with this clock that we've got here. Go ahead and reset that. So, the scene is the Elonian Empire High Throne Room. In this room is Queen Juliana and Desdemona. And Desdemona has fully recovered from her wounds. She is in full uniform. She is holding her helmet off to her side. And she looks determined, stoic, and unwavering in the face of the royalty of the Elonian Empire. And Juliana speaks first. How are you doing? Are you fully recovered? Are you ready to get back out and into the battle? Desdemona says, yes, my lady. I will not fail again. Juliana says, see that you don't. That compass is more important than anything in our army. We need that for our victory to be assured, for peace to reign in this world. Only once our might is unrivaled in this world will people bend the knee. And it slipped through your fingertips last time. It will not happen again. Desdemona says, no, my lady, it won't. I will recover it, or I will die trying. Juliana says, dismissed. I would like everybody to add a Fabula point to their totals. And it is at this point... wrong music there.
I liked it.
I did too.
Let's see.
Great outro theme.
Oh, here we go. Thought it'd be good.
That means I don't get a Fabula token at the beginning next turn. Dang.
It is at this point that Juliana says, to no one in particular in the room, go with her. We cannot fail. And a voice from the shadows says, it will be done. I have never failed. And this is not this is not my time. I will ensure that the world bows before the might of the Elonian Empire. Juliana says, you have been right so far, Trep. Let's make sure that it stays that way. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
Well, dang. Is that another villain? Do we get another point for him? Don't know how that works.
I could use it, but Ravine's got 2 chills up her spine now.
I'm gonna go ahead and say take another Fabula point.
Oh, good. Gonna need those soon.
But that's it.
I have 6 now.
All
I
right.
haven't used them all for a
For folks
while.
watching the stream, thank you very much. We're going to try and decide a time, maybe even before we're done here, and we'll see what comes of the party's trek through the ancient haven.